Good morning, guys. If you're reading this, is there a reason the Fubo Discord channel is not called Fuhos? Several reasons. One sec. What's that? Good morning, guys. So pretty decent PPI data today as we experience the length of the bullwhip, the full breadth of it. So production prices are dropping, cost of services is going up, but PPI core and current PPI, like adjusted, are both a little bit better this month. Not a ton, maybe even not as good as expectations, but better. I don't know how much stability that's going to provide against the current downside gamma ramp on SPX, but it may provide a little, which may be all that we need to see profit taking. No, I don't think it's good enough to cause a rally to 420. I'm planning on studying for some actuary exams, so please don't try to shill too loudly today. I'm gonna shill extra loud, Carl. I'm also gonna tell your wife to come in your room and poop on your desk. Slagathor, buenos dias. Been a pigeon whale, been a zillionaire, been a poor with you for over a year. Thanks for all the knowledge and sticking with us. Much love. Thanks, Dugston. I appreciate it, man. Rally to 400? Maybe. That might be in the cards. Yeah, careful with it, though. Remember that all of the put gamma, or all of the gamma, is to the downside. So the market's got to do quite a bit of work to get past that. What is it and how low does it lead? It leads to about 3,800 now. Yesterday it peaked at around 38.5, but more put gamma obviously was built up as the price was dropping. So yeah, right now about 3,800. It's strongest between 3,900 and 3,850. If the market just chops today, is that not inherently bearish? As you'd expect some rebound from yesterday. I mean, there's already some rebound from yesterday, right? It's at 394.37 in the pre-market. I don't know if we'll see chop, but maybe a small rise. Like I said, maybe we rise back to around 400. It's gonna require, a lot of buying in the underlying stocks in the index, but we'll see. She'd do it. What a woman. Did you get 4+ hours of sleep? I got 3, but yeah, I'm pretty well rested. I'm doing pretty good, Bob P. Straddle SPX 39.5 might be a good idea. Probably not a terrible one. Do you know roughly when on prior runs they start repositioning and raising the gamma max on GME? Gamma max really has more to do with retail FOMO than anything else. you know, as people buy more and more out of the money calls on the rising, so the price starts to rise near the money calls get too expensive, so people start buying out of the money calls, and that's what pushes gamma max up. So it's not like gamma max rises into Opex. Gamma max rises because of Opex. With regards to V's weekly chart, there's a nice looking downtrend. However, your price target at the time you made pickle picks was above the trend. How come? Hold on, I have to look at it. Because there's another higher trend that it was positioned at the time to break into. It was actually already trading in the higher trend um, on the longer time frame. My price target was above it for that, like that day. Um, yeah, that trend falls, but you know, one could argue that there's quite a lot of volatility space to the upside of that trend. Um, you know, with wicks going like almost a full standard deviation higher. Ding ding, by the way. Hey, the market's going up. Hmm. Wait on that, I think. Oh, borrow rate on GME is rising, by the way. A little bit. Not a lot, but it's moving up. You a CPAP user or a breathe under my own power type of guy? I don't think I have any problems breathing. At what point do we know when a September OPEX becomes a September OPEX plus ETF split obligations? What data points do we look at? Volume? Yeah. We would, I mean, we would probably have some pretty fucking crazy volume. Price improvement? Hitting Gamma Max like far earlier. Hitting Gamma Max far earlier in like the T+2 period could be an indicator. IBKR hit 10.1 this morning. You streaming 5 minutes early every day instead of sleeping in is starting to weird me out. Sorry. As soon as I open puts, it's gonna rip. When you starting to buy Opex calls yet? I may pick up some today, depending where our price ends up. Just scalped $100 on the SPY today. See ya. It's been fun. Check back with you guys tomorrow. Later, Nesquick. No ripping with roaring inflation. I don't know about that. Our inflation's been going pretty strong all year. The market has gone up several times quite fast. Fidelity options trading is so bad. Why did I ever panic transfer my GME shares to this archaic boomer broker? Fidelity, like selling cover calls on Fidelity is fine. That's just any other option strategy is the worst. Yep, Revs still apply. Same here, Daniel. I need you to get out. Fidelity is so reliable. Okay. Reliable? Is that reliable that you spelled there? Okay. Coughs on 430. How much will SLD affect GME's price with this downturn? We'll find out. It looks like they're trying to drive GME below the gamma flip point, which is at 2701 now, by the way. Is Fubo susceptible to the Opex run? We don't know yet. It could be. It's definitely not a squeeze play. ATP is cool because it's real time. If you can get over the clunky workflow, it's pretty powerful. Yeah, I mean, it's the second fastest order execution broker. Only losing to IBKR by like a few milliseconds. And I believe Fidelity gets the best fills, if I'm not mistaken. So there are advantages to using, ATP. It just, yeah, it's got a very clunky UI and it's not very fun. When scalping is it would be better to buy weeklies, right? If I'm in and out in 2 minutes, the extra theta would only hurt in this situation, right? Yeah, I mean, if you're just scalping, weeklies are fine. That's the thing they're probably best for. Gamma was actually already net negative. But it'll be easier for them to keep it net negative below $27. Above $27, they have to keep buying puts to drive it negative, and in order to prevent the market maker hedge from flipping. Also another really good indicator that Opex is potentially on the horizon. Them fighting to maintain a negative hedge with the market maker is pretty bullish. Rev 35s are down 100. Are you gonna grab some more? They're down under 100. They're at 98. I don't know. Most of my like 35s are at this price. I'd prefer it to go lower before I bought more, but maybe, I don't know. I have quite a lot of them. ATP added VWAP a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I know. This would be a good time to roll out October XPXS calls to November to preserve theta decay. How much time do you have on those? They're 37 DTE versus, you want to bring them to 65? You could probably wait a couple days. And don't forget the market's probably gonna rally back up after this Friday. A lot of those puts close on Friday. Like a lot of that put gamma is for the 9/16 expiration. If we see SPY make a relief rally to 420, do you think that will happen before 2023? Yeah. How do you think the war ending in Ukraine will impact the market positively? If it ends. I mean, it hasn't. That's speculative still, but it's looking better. Looking better does not mean over. Thank you. Someone. Still think they're doing a good job crushing IV before Opex. Oh yeah, absolutely. IV's down pretty hard. I think it dropped another point from yesterday. So they're doing just fine keeping IV down. So bullish for Opex. It's looking good, yeah. I don't dislike the current positioning. How's Vega on the 5750s? Can you give it a look and expound? I kind of went over that contract yesterday, which I'd imagine is the only reason you're looking at it, and talked about it for like 5 minutes. I'm not sure what you want me to expound on. It's relatively cheap and slightly delta sensitive. So decent Vega, decent delta sensitivity, all rolled into one contract. Is this the most confident you've been in an Opex run this year? I wouldn't say that. Actually, you know what? Maybe. Because I don't know, March looked really good too. Like right before March, it looked really, really good. It looks way better than fucking August or June did, so yeah. What level of IV do you typically like around Opex? Um, like the 90 range is usually the best. Where it currently is usually about the best entry IV you can get. And thus begins the so how's Opex looking? Relax, y'all. Oh, Carl. If only you knew. I could pick up like 10 of these. Ooh, it's still going up. So you need a soundboard. Maybe. What did I have for dinner last night? I didn't. Yeah, I didn't eat last night or today. I think JFresh like also likes the setup, I'm pretty sure. I haven't talked to him since yesterday, but last I heard. I feel like you live my lifestyle. It's not very good. You need to take better care of yourself. You just want me for my pickles picks, guy who's bored. No, I wouldn't. You're talking about sending me old Philadelphia sandwiches? I have no idea, dead guy. What date did you buy your 3750s for? I haven't bought them yet. Oop, I stopped out of my SPX call. Thoughts on your upstart CSPs? Probably gonna roll them out. I don't know. How's upstart doing today? Yeah, I might roll them out. Number 23. 2450s, 24s. 100 a contract. I'll probably wait. I'm not super concerned on getting assigned on them right now. Hmm. aren't fucking budging. Get these at the ask. Where'd you get fills? Oh, that filled. Okay. Yeah, no one's no one's selling shit right now. 0.2 0.20. How many homes does JFresh have? Horns? At least one. Like a unicat. Happy Wednesday. Woo 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 you. How do you typically handle stop orders over multi-day runs? Day orders are good till canceled. Wonder about morning volatility and getting stopped out early. You can pull back your stops in the morning and then reposition them after like volatility kind of dies down. Especially if you have like far dated contracts like 90 days plus. That way you don't want to get stopped out on some weird volatility spike at market open. Otherwise, set it wider. You've given your bear thesis on the SPY. What's your bull thesis? Fed, well, it would be longer term. The Fed is successful in pulling back core inflation by like Q1 2023, and we start to see declining core inflation into like next summer. That would be pretty bullish. Is GME usually the best stock to sell CCs on? No, but it's a good one. One of the big advantages to selling covered calls on GME is that GME follows its, like its Greek neutrals very, very closely because the stock is so illiquid. Most of its price action is influenced uh, by its Greeks, right? By the delta hedging and gamma hedging that occur on the underlying. And using that information, you can sell covered calls and CSPs pretty safely with like a very low margin of error and not get assigned, which is advantageous. You don't have that on a lot of other stocks. Like the market dropped the most it's dropped since like 2020 yesterday, and GME didn't even break below gamma neutral, right? What strikes did you just buy for GME calls? 38.75s and 50s. I got like 100 of each. Well, not yet, actually, because this isn't filling. Okay. Fubo having a hard time going under 4.4. Do you think it's the floor? Well, Fubo's gamma neutral is at... delta neutral is at 4.34. So it's you're seeing it bounce off like delta neutral there, I think. Or find support at delta neutral at least. Now that there's been some time since the split, what do you think liquidity is like? Actually, liquidity is getting worse again. GME has a 8-cent right now. 5 to 8 cent bid ask, which is 20 to 36 cents, 32 cents pre-split. So there was a point there where it got kind of low, where it was, you know, like a 3 cent, 2 to 3 cent spread. But it's getting a little more illiquid. Some of that due to, you know, the call buying that's going on right now. What's the bull thesis on Upstart? So delta neutral on Upstart is rising. It's on, which I didn't know initially, but it's on threshold now for, I believe, 6 days. It's its 6th day on threshold. But DN has moved up over, or GN has moved up over delta neutral. Vega neutral's also rising, which is weird, but gamma max is really high. So a lot of far out of the money calls on it. We'll see what happens. The thresholding of it's a bit strange. But if the price rises, really advantageous. And Monday, if you were selling puts on it, the put premium was nuts. It was like $2 and like 30 cents out of the money to sell 750s, which are now in the money a little bit, but there's time on them for 923. What do you think about Baba calls at this price? I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to Baba much lately because none of the news out of China has been particularly good, but let me look. You know, targeting 90 in the lower end of this range probably isn't terrible. Like at 88 or 85. Like 90 with some thetas, probably decent. It looks like it's holding its low uptrend. So there may not even be that much of an opportunity to get in here on the downside. But it could fall through, and if it does, it could go quite low. So I would definitely want a decent amount of theta. At this price, I'd probably target 95. I just don't think any like super bullish news is gonna come out of China in the next couple weeks. I know Shenzhen was having more lockdowns over the weekend. HSI, like Hang Seng, dropped like 250 basis points last night. Shenzhen was down like 125 BPS. So yeah, I don't love it. Today looks super fucking bullish for the SPY though. It's starting to. Dixie's down 30 BPS. Bonds are starting to climb and futures are up. Yeah. Nasdaq, Russell, minis all up. Oil's still moving up. Almost at $90 a barrel. Gold's bouncing a little. Interesting. Tesla not dead? Tesla probably just still kind of choppy. DMs, I don't want to be an actuary anymore. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, Carl. Jim Cramer was bullish on Upstart at $400. Well, I'm a little bullish on it at, 24 or whatever it's trading at right now. I don't I mean, I think people are under the assumption that they're like a shitty company. I mean, they're a lender. Rates are going up. They have pretty low debt and decent, like really decent cash flow. They're also shorted into oblivion and on Reg Show, which is cool. I mean, if Upstart runs for Opex while it's on Reg Show, that could be spicy as fuck. Down a lot in M, still a play. Yeah. I don't know how much you could be down. I mean, like I know it dropped, but calls on it have lost like 20% value. I mean, you can average them down too. Are you holding out for closer to the money GME calls? Yeah, I'm not going to buy anything near the money right now. M just looks like it's doing the same shit as the rest of the basket stocks. I think they had a special dividend today. Or last night. Can you give a reasonable price target for Tesla today? Holding 395C weeklies. Hmm. Good question. Hmm. There's some upside resistance around, well, $302.35. So watch out for that. It looks good right now. The big resistance is at 305 today, 305. But there's kind of a weak resistance point at 302. Asked some of my friends who are actually into sports ball if they ever heard of Fubo, and a few of them said, "Yeah, dude, I can't wait until betting is rolled out." Yeah, I think once the betting is rolled out, Fubo's gonna see quite a lot of price improvement. I'm very excited about it. I have a pretty good sized position, very, very cheap, so if you were to pick one for spicy Opex action, what would you pick? GME generally for Opex performs better than any of the other basket stocks. Has GME's Opex always gone beyond Gamma Max? Yes. All the actual Opex events have crossed Gamma Max. I think even May might not have actually. Hold on. Let me pull that back for 1 second and double check May. I think May have just like tapped it. No, May crossed. Well, no, it's tough. On May 26th, it just hit it, and then it came down. So it didn't actually cross. We crossed Gamma Max on August 8th. I started borrowing money to buy options and kept borrowing more and more to cover my losses, and now I'm almost homeless. Therefore, my question to you is, what are your top 3 pasta shapes? Um, Capellini, which is like angel hair, like the really thin pasta. Fusilli, which is the little like the little spirals, and shit. Orachete, which are like the little discs. Look like you they're like a little disc, and someone pushes their finger into it. It makes like a little like a little bubble in the middle. What's your least favorite stock ever? Probably Tesla. Tesla is one of my favorite and least favorite stocks. It's a weird relationship. Tesla's calmed down over the last year, but if you were trading Tesla in like 2020 and early 2021, holy fuck, was it a nightmare. It would like move within like 5% of a resistance and then just downturn like fucking 2%, 3% on like the next candle. You'd burn a stack of like in the money options on one tick. It was the fucking worst. It's much calmer now, especially after the split. It's not going to be nearly as volatile. Early GME, like well, GME between March and like November of last year for intraday trading was almost impossible. I don't know if you mean by like trading the underlying or just like a stock I don't like. I still don't like trading GME, honestly. Rev TTM squeeze fire signal looks massive on TradingView. Yeah, it's big and fat. Something's gonna break, right? Just gotta wait it out. Nopex and Opex. I don't. Is Nopex and Opex? What? I like how Fubo doesn't care at all. I mean, I think that's just institutional buying. It's good that institutions are not only buying at like, 330, but they're buying at 4 and 450. Um, that's very bullish. Higher and higher price realization. How much time do you buy on Opex Play? It's like a month. What's your PT on Cat? I don't really have one right now. You could try to play Cat for Opex. It's not the best Opex stock. It's not even that good actually, but uh you could probably try to play like 190 next week, depending on if the market drops again this week. If the market drops again, I'd play like 185. Cat'll probably come down to like 181. If it stays up or stabilizes into the end of the week, then Cat will also probably do the same. How likely is Upstart to see Opex action? I don't know. I think it's got a lot of ETF shorts. So it has a relatively small float and decently high ownership. Um so we'll see. I don't really care about the upside for Upstart. I was more concerned with getting credit and then just using that credit to get upside exposure in case it runs. Like a long combo. Obviously short of a, 500 BPS drop in the market, it looked very stable at, $28, 27.50. I'm having a pretty good morning. Thanks, Dominic. Do you think Fubo will break 5 and stay above it? I don't know. Stop trying to play short term on Fubo. It's really not a good idea. I think people have way too high of expectations for Fubo in the near term. Um and it could be like a few months before it really starts to see like crazy price improvement. I mean, I know it's been running a lot lately, but accumulation periods like this can drag on for a lot of time, and you'll get institutional shorting in order for them to like re-enter at lower prices that can break trends, and that's um it's really risky. Wait, what XYZ? Nice, Jimmy Rev. What are your thoughts on so many buying quarterly puts? Especially with how negative things were in June and the markets overall. When those expire, what mean? Big ups. A shitload of the put volume on the SPX expires this Friday. Take note of that. Can I tell you a secret? After seeing my recent gains, Philadelphia wife and I have decided to name our child Fuberto. Congratulations. Biggest percent gain on a single trade? Oh, like fucking 85 or 90x, I think, on GME options in January of 2020. They went fucking nuts. Entries on GME keep getting better and better. Do they? IV's climbing. How do you decide whether to let your CCs expire worthless versus buyback at 0.5 or 0.1 in the case of another spike? Rev 7 CC expiring end of this week are up around 80% for me. I mean, honestly, like, if so, usually I've talked about this before, but this rule helps people a lot with that. So if you have over 50% of profits, profit, will this work? Profit time? So if you're greater than this before, yeah, I think this works. Then you would buy back and reposition. So if you're over 50% profit with more than 50% of the time remaining, so Fubo 50 end of day? No. Good time to average down on Macy's. Yeah, they're really cheap right now. I bought some more too. With Fubo, are you taking profits? No, I'm probably gonna hold my leaps. Unless it runs like crazy. I have no intention of taking any profits. I can't get exposure to everything. Is Jimmy better for Opex than Rev, Bobby, Fubo? Yeah, I think IV on Bobby is still crazy high. So IV on Jimmy is relatively low. Let me double check that, but I think Bobby IV is higher than Jimmy's. Yeah, implied volatility on BBBY is almost double what GME's is. So yeah, I'd still say that GME is less liquid than Bobby. I know it has a larger float, but it has much higher ownership. GME is still just the best OPEC stock. Like, Nothing's changed there. Tesla unstoppable. Did it hit 302 yet? Eh. Jesus, can the SPY pick a direction? I mean, this is kind of what I was warning everyone about yesterday. Is after such a massive drop, even on like slightly bullish news, the market may just chop. We're probably going to see a lot of profit taking from puts into the end of the week. So, and we also don't know if SLD is realized yet or not in its entirety. So I would be really careful trying to play the upside of up or downside of SPY right now. Probably for a couple days. In and out positions, sure, but nothing like overnight. Can you keep saying sensible things about Fubo? I'm way too bullish. Yeah, you guys need to tone that shit down. It's like a buy and hold play with possible future Opex potential. If it runs out of the blue to like $20 or something, fucking sure, awesome. Take profits, buy back in later, right? But I don't think that's gonna happen. It seems like today's gonna be one of those weird low range consolidation days of the SPY. Anything that will push it in a direction. I mean, PPI kind of protected its downside. If PPI numbers had come in bad today, we would have probably driven straight down to like 3080. In your experience, is it more profitable sell CCs near the top of an Opex run for 30 DTE or sell weeklies during Opex and weekly runs? Looking for an average rate of profitability. Um, Depending on how you sell them on Opex runs, yeah. Selling them at the top of an Opex run is vastly more profitable than selling them at any other time during the cycle. You can get like, I mean, before the split, like in March, I was selling at the money calls on the test of 200 for like $20, $25 in the money calls for like $50. And the calls I sold at Gamma Max, Jesus, they were like 30, I think they were like 39 or 40. And those were like 14 DT. I wasn't even selling 30. 30 DT would have been even more. Check DMs. What do you got, Dork? Is it cool? Is it Revlon? Of course it is. Ooh. Interesting. Can you zoom out on that for me? Like 15 minute? Oh, by the way, if huh, that's bullish as fuck. I like it. SPX still bullish looking. We'll see. I mean, this is obviously this test of 3950 is bearish. into the rejection. Let's see if it recovers higher. If it recovers higher, yeah, that looks fine. I don't think there's any local downside gaps. Have you considering a Bobby play for this Opex? I'll probably get some Bobby exposure. Maybe like $12 or $15 calls just to see what happens. I mean, they're kind of overpriced. And you know, if GME runs up $10 or $15 and Bobby's gonna run up $5, like I'd rather have GME options, frankly. How likely is it there will be another 90 extra play for GME or other stocks? I mean, obviously that's like a black swan type of event and very, very unlikely. It happens, but it's very, very rare. Long calls. I haven't sold any more covered calls this week. I probably should, but I am hesitant to do so still. I don't like the upside, like, volatility potential, especially going into Friday. So, like, I'm keeping the ones I have open, but I haven't opened any new ones. Also, there really hasn't been a good opportunity to open new ones. I love how, like, I come up with the play, I explain it, I write the DD on it, I tell everyone about it before it ever rips at all. And then people are like, no, fuck you, you're wrong. I'm bullish on this. Same people who, like, gave DFV shit for GME, but it's like giving DFV shit for GME after it started going up. I love the Dunning-Kruger effect from these fucking people where they think they know more than me. Isn't it wise to hedge for Congress failing to step in and stop the strike? I think people are like putting a lot of weight on the railroad strike, and honestly, like they very, very, very rarely come to fruition, right? Like they're generally negotiated out and dealt with before anything negative happens. Is Opex an exception to the 50-50 CC rule? What do you mean? I mean, there's a lot of exceptions to the 50-50 CC rule. It's just like something good to notice. Like if your premium is up 50% and you have 80% of the time on the contract left, you're better off repositioning. But I don't know what you mean by like an exception to it. Jesus Christ. Pat McAfee dumping Fubo Sportsbook. Pumping Fubo Sportsbook. They're also heavily shorted and have a huge gamma ramp right now. I'm well aware of the gamma ramp. I'm well aware of the short position. It's not heavy. It's like 30%. Their shorts are deep in the fucking money. They don't need to go anywhere. We can talk about the short positions if Fubo hits like $50. Then the short positions are in trouble. Thoughts on Zojirushi rice cookers? I just got one of the really nice ones, and it's incredible. They're amazing. Also, their bread maker is bomb. I owned it for a little while, but it broke and I had to return it. It may have broke due to my own usage, and it may not have actually been the fault of the bread maker itself, but it broke nonetheless. What do you consider an illiquid stock? What role does institutional ownership play? A small one. Insider ownership is far more important than institutional ownership. Sometimes institutions are insiders, like they own more than 10% of the company. That's rare, but it happens. Like with Revlon, Revlon is owned by an institution. The majority of it is an insider position. But an illiquid stock would be a stock that does not trade freely in the open market. There is buys and sells on the underlying asset create high volatility in its pricing. It is inefficient. I gotta give you props, Gurk. You really knew where to set that stop on the SPY. Yeah, I nailed it. That was a good one. Do you manually update your WeBull cost basis after each CC CSP? I just take premium from CCs and I have like a spreadsheet. And I reduce my cost basis based on the premium received from covered calls. What am I sharing with the rest of the class? I'm so far behind in chat, I have no idea. Any further evidence for similar ETF buyback post split on GME, similar to NVIDIA Tesla? We'll know next week, right? This downturn in the market and possible turnaround next week could help put a little more added pressure for GME for Opex. Yeah, I agree. Well, it's lining up well, like I said. I feel the same about SPY, QQQ. Like yesterday, even with NASDAQ down 100 or more BP, I feel like SPY puts printed harder. Probably. SPY had a little bit more of a rapid drop. Fuck you for calling me out, Shill. Sorry, man. You're 100% right. As an example, a possible UPS strike has been all over the news lately, but our contract doesn't expire until next August, and we haven't even started negotiations yet. Yeah, railroad employees are actually. I have a buddy that went to school with me, and he works as a conductor for one of the railroads now, and he makes an obscene amount of money with amazing benefits. Really hard to get jobs, like union jobs or positions. Like, it's kind of like a if you fuck up ever, you're out situation. But if you don't, yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a career. I don't have a Lelit. I know I don't make lattes. I have a Profitec 600. Can you sell your SPY puts now so we can go up again? I think I just got stopped out of a couple of them. I really don't want to sell off my long-term ones because I don't think the market will rally as high again. So I'll never get an opportunity to like average them down, right? If Fubo shorts are in the money, why don't they close? Taxes, greed, both. And they do over time, right? If you're a million shares short, you can, close out when the stock bottoms out, you can close out like 1,000 a day. Like if you look at short positions on stocks after they have like a massive downturn, you'll see like, and they fall off like Fubo has. You'll see during this period that short positions are closing out. You'll see like reported short interest drop. They don't cover all at once, right? Because that would just rocket the stock back up. I just hold on. Double bottom on M on the 1 hour. M looks good. It's interesting. We'll see what it does. It's one of the basket stocks. A little cheaper way of playing Opex, right? One for the poors. HKD halted again, just a heads up. Doesn't that like just halt all the fucking time? I feel like people are spending too much time chasing this kind of shit. Yeah. I don't know. You better not read over my question about making pickled jalapenos. I don't like pickled jalapenos. um I don't know. Me and Dork are considering that there's a performance type swap on Revlon. And maybe we found evidence thereof, but we're not sure yet. Testing. Yeah, you're correct, JMac. There is a lower trend right around where you drew that line. Girk's so far behind on chat, it's starting to feel like a hot tub stream. What's your recommended manual grinder? I'm in the market for one. I really don't know much about them. Like I don't know what's good. I don't have a manual grinder. That sounds like a pain in the ass to me. I know they're cheaper and like maybe the only option for someone with a budget, but I know nothing about them. Actually, that's something really good I should share with everyone. When something's in a downtrend, right? And you have far dated puts, say you have puts with an expiration like way out here. And it hits like the lower resistance. Like obviously you want to sell here and buy back here, right? Like on the higher test. But the problem is like if you entered back here, you'll never be able to reposition as equitably, right? Like so you'll have to reposition into lower strikes. And then if you start to hit a turnaround in the downtrend, the repositioned strikes won't be as profitable as these would have been. So that's kind of the situation I'm in now, right? Where I have these really far dated SPY puts, but I don't think the SPY is going to bounce back to like 420. So I'm never going to be able to buy like 4150s out of the money again. Like it could, but it's really unlikely, right? If you guys could drop a like, I appreciate it. What's your recommended manual grinder? I'm in the market for one. Oh yeah, whatever that. Thoughts on 30K open interest on Zim? $25 October 21 puts. Just open interest doesn't mean anything. This could be sold. Um, like I don't like Zim, but I think it's seen a lot of its potential devaluation already. Statistically, although not too many data points, after a plus 4% down day, the S&P remains unchanged over the next 3 weeks with overall gains of only 0.2%. Interesting. Are you sure on that? I think that varies wildly depending on volatility. Because, I mean, just recently we dropped from like 420 to 390 and then bounced back to 415, all within a 3 week period. And I mean maybe over the last year, but I think that might also be factoring in like a bull market. In a bear market with higher volatility, rallies are more common. Opex starts on Friday at opening bell, correct? No, starts on Monday at opening bell. Like the settlement starts on Monday at opening bell. Any thoughts on that one I sent you yesterday? I started looking into it a little bit last night and then I got caught up with something else. It's interesting. Like the low floats, okay. I don't know if I'd put a lot of money in it or any. I don't like SPACs with, that like the like D-SPAC squeeze potential. Um with that, with the warrants and stuff hanging over your head. Like they're kind of just built to milk money out of the market, right? And so any rise in price on them carries a much higher degree of risk than any other equity. Was the market drop due to CPI print? Largely, but it may have also been some SLD selling as well, right? So because of the CPI print, they may have sold assets ahead of SLD in order to get better pricing on them. Like negative news hit the market, and so they wanted to sell off their assets at the top, and so it may have compounded the sell-off from CPI. Poor man's covered puts? Uh. Can you give your thoughts on AMRS? Last quarter earnings were bad, but previous ones seem solid. 15% shorted interest, decent long-term play? Hmm. I mean, asking me to do analysis on like a long-term position, like on the fly, is obviously not ideal. Technically, it looks okay. Um, Fundamentals look kind of weak right now. Their total liabilities are kind of way up. And they're definitely trading at a premium and taking on more debt. So I mean, growth could be realized from that later, but taking on debt during an inflationary period is not like a good signal, right? I can tell you right away that I don't like that. What about like insider sales? Tesla broke through 302.99. What do I do with my in the money 300 cc's? I just earlier this morning I said it's probably gonna break through 302 or hit 302. In the money 300s. It can be rejected at 305. Or you'll have to maybe wait till after Opex to buy back in. Do you have any idea the spot price of the performance swap on Rev? No. And I'm not sure if it's a performance swap yet or not. It may be something else. We have to look for evidence of hedging in the chain, but I wonder if there's any kind of like liquidity swap. That would be interesting. I know they have them for currency. But I wonder if there's like a way to affect the same thing with a stock. Hmm. Maybe like a zero coupon swap? Or no, because that wouldn't really work. Total return wouldn't do it. Hmm. I'll have to think about it. It's definitely like an exotic one. Yeah, I'll take a better look tonight. I should have more time, Bob. I assume it's not like a big rush. That's on Jimmy, September 30, 28C. Enough theta? Um, probably. Yeah. How's the OI? Do you have any other stocks that risked being delisted? I want to dig for rules about delaying obligations to extreme situations, such as a into extreme situations, such as a potential delisting. Um, Not off the top of my head, but there's a list. Like I know Nasdaq and NYSE have like published lists of anybody who's gotten a warning about being delisted or has an upcoming hearing. You can find it on their websites. I've found it before. Some thorough Googling will probably yield you some results. Are all swaps just loopholes around regulations? I mean, no. They are not very transparent, though. Looks like people are starting to get over DRS and SS. Somehow I doubt that. Are there ways to prevent a short squeeze? Yeah, literally everything in the market and regulations in the market are designed to prevent exactly that from ever happening. Yeah, there's definitely decreased users on SS. But that's been going on for a long time. Who hated on DRS? I didn't even say anything negative about it. I just read someone else's comment. Believe me, I don't care if people DRS. I'm fully in support of anybody who wants to do it. Good for you. %1 gains every day. I'd not if a fund guaranteed that. You and literally everyone else. Current IV for October 35C is around 105%. If we get a good Opex run next week, how high can we expect IV to rise? 20 to 40% generally, depending on the amount of volume for the Opex. That's like a conservative range though. Intraday it can go much higher. But IV 30 generally only goes up like 20 to 40%. With the 50-50 CC rule of thumb, would you close your CC and reopen a newer weekly closer to the money? Yeah, you would roll your covered call down. Same expiration, but you would add premium to it and capture some of the downside move. Because if you sell a CC and it drops more than 50%, I mean, it means the price of the underlying has also dropped. Exordium is a fucking idiot. Do you think BBBY CFO thing was suspicious circumstances? No. Do you think the increased liquidity is attributable to the 25% registration state? I remember you once made a colorful graphic about DRS and options bending over the shorts. Yeah, I mean, if you leverage options against an illiquid float, you have increased upside potential, which we saw realized strongly in March, right? Retail went big on options in March, and we ran really, really hard. Have you thought about DCA for your upstart calls? No. I could probably average them down, but I might wait a couple more days. First, I'm going to see if I need to roll my CSPs. Do you think BBBY is doing the offering now? No way to know. I know they're below like their target price, right? Buying back in later would be less profitable trade, but wouldn't both trades combined be more profitable than the one trade? That's not a complete sentence. I have no idea what you're talking about now. It's 2 to 3%, Robin Your Hood, for SLD. But SLD may be like the sale of assets for deposits may already be done. Like, there's nothing about the SLD period that forces them to sell the assets at that time. Besides, it's just beneficial to do so. They can sell in advance. They can sell during the SLD period. They can sell at the end of the SLD period. In a rising market, they're more likely to sell into or at the end of the SLD period. If the market's dropping before deposits are due, they're likely to sell in advance of the due date, right? Because they want to sell their assets at the highest price in order to generate the most liquidity. Buy low, sell high. Can you Give me more context on that, Stinky. Hopefully whoever is managing the BBBY offering is smarter than RC and sells during an Opex round instead of the week before it. I mean, isn't it just Jeffries? They're just gonna sell when the price is up. They don't give a shit about your like upside. Why not compound it and sell it by selling and rebuying? You mean adding my profits to increase leverage? Because I don't want more leverage. I have a lot already. You know, at a certain point, too much exposure, you know, you're just increasing your risk also, right? That it moves against you and you get burned and you lose everything. How was Upstart 401 in the last 52 weeks? That's where it peaked. Rev 35 Jan 2023s or Fubo 50 Jan 2024s. I mean, they're both like volatility plays. It's up to you. I think, you know, Fubo 50s for 24 are kind of they're fairly cheap right now. Ivy's pretty low on Fubo. Rev 35s are in the lower range, but it's not like best pricing on them. That's why I went up 20k to 0 on Bobby. Yeah. Can you explain that last thing? Buy low, sell high? How? It's easy. You buy low, and then you sell when it's up. Yeah, the market today is kind of boring. But what are you gonna do? It's climbing a little, or trying to. It's just like a boring week. The week before Opex is always super fucking lame. Yesterday was fun though. We had a big fucking drop in the market. I mean, stop losses are great, but it depends what you have stop losses on. Right? Carrying, anytime you carry SPX overnight, you're taking a massive risk, regardless of your stops. Using my milestone to say thank you for giving me something to do to avoid working. I couldn't do this without you. Congratulations on underperforming at your job, Hot Pocket. What if it's never up? Then you bought something shitty. Or you bought too high. I love Lamp. What kind of price action are you expecting on Upstart? Move to the upside? Sava's been pretty good the last couple weeks. It still looks good. It's holding the trend. You know, it's run on Opex periods before. I wouldn't be surprised if it has like a bit of a run up coming into this Opex. It usually climbs into its Opex runs. So this looks pretty bullish. I mean, it's just another like potential play. Who's yelling? Entry for GME Opex below 27. Good or wait? Below 27 is great. You into party? No. Why do you guys always play such shitty stocks? Like HKD and party, garbage penny stocks. Don't you prefer consistency? Maybe not yet. You will eventually. Don't worry. WeBull just sent me a pop-up reminding me to remind people to sign up for WeBull. That's a new thing. Is that what they do now? They're like, hey, refer your friends. Does contract price change get amplified the closer to expiry they get? Like 0 DTEs at the beginning of the day versus the middle. Gamma expands as they approach expiration. Who the fuck would ever listen to trade trades for a stock pick? Refer your friends for these fractional shares that you can't sell. Have you checked out CYRN? No. Looks like a big piece of shit. Yep. Big shitty software company. Thoughts on Pickles picks hitting risks? I don't know. It depends on how much theta you have. I set risk tight, but you can adjust it as you see fit. I mean, risk is only valid at the time I write the DD, right? Like you have to be able to adjust and move, like manage your position. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't screen capture the pop-ups anyway. I think Opex will get squashed by a negative Fed meeting. No. I'll make a bet with you. Party will hit $3, maybe $5 by end of October. I don't care if Party hits $10. What happened with Revlon's court thing today? Did they have a court thing today? I thought they just had one in October. Are you getting exposure to BBBY for Opex? Maybe some. I mean, GME is just better priced right now for options and more illiquid. It has less options interest than BBBY, but I don't know if I care about that. Yeah, I bought like a couple hundred contracts today for GME. They're up. They're up like 10 and 17%. I want to sell them already. You had an omnibus hearing today? Oh, okay. I was not aware of that. I don't really know how much that'll affect stock price. You can set it to sell at bid, ask, last, etc. You don't even have to adjust price. Interesting. Yeah, oh, I know about that. I just use manual input. But yeah, I'm aware that you can switch that. I don't think I've ever used the like targeted bid, so I've never seen the little crosshairs before, but thanks, man. What was the last thing you full ported into? GME? I don't really full port into anything. The closest I've ever come is GME in like February 2020. How much longer do you think you'd hold in the money October SPX puts before rolling to November? I keep asking myself that every day. I don't know. I'm gonna stop out of some of them. If actually if this test breaks. Hmm. It's a good question. I might wait and see if there's still any SLD effect on the table. If you market sell, those like worthless calls, usually the market maker will snap them up. If you don't want to look at your own failure, Theta Decaying Corpse. API trade submissions? I don't know. We don't really do any algorithmic trading. Trading algos, like good ones, are really expensive to develop and tune. Like it costs a lot of fucking money to get them profitable. Who's your favorite DD author from back in the day? I liked Turd Stuff. Gaff's DD is really good. JFresh's DDs are usually really good. Mine. That's it. Most of it was shit. There was like a I can't remember his name. Shit. Leave Me Anon. He wrote it. He wrote some good DD. That's about it. Hey, United Steelworker here in the local 5668. Labor contract is currently under negotiations. Could you provide a brief analysis of CSTM for me, please? Thanks, man. Stellium? Miscellaneous commercial services. It looks like it's heading for some downside. I would watch this range for stabilization. So it's either going to stabilize here or it's going to drop lower. It looks like, it's dropping with the overall market. Pretty small cap company. Decent liquidity. Earnings haven't been so great. Yeah, I'd look lower if I was looking to go long on it, or I'd probably go short on it. I think a return to like 980 isn't out of the question. Like 980 or maybe the higher range, like 1096. But it doesn't look good right now. Like for the short term, it doesn't look good. Long term, I don't know that much about the business. Stefan's DDs are great. I'm pretty sure your DDs are you just trying to break down mine and figure out why I entered a position. Pone's DDs are nonsense. Leave Me Anon dropped some nuggets when they went silent, right? I think so. I know he commented on one of my DDs at one point. I mean, he wasn't really like an expert on like ETFs or anything. But he was like probably the first person. Him and Turd were the first people to like start looking into the ETFs. Which is what initially led to us digging into them. My favorite guy was the guy with the daddy that worked on Wall Street and wanted to sue you. Oh, I remember that crazy fuck. I can't remember his name, but yeah, that was funny. Puts on Steph's DDs. I'm down. How's that Irish fucking birth control company going? Well, Yelia didn't really write GME, right? She just provided data. I thought we were talking about like long drawn out due diligence. Obviously, yes, Yelia's DD is her analysis and data is amazing. I can confirm that Stefan's girlfriend's DDs were nice, but I'm only into wives. I need to feel the sting of a married woman cucking her husband to get my rocks off. Being a pigeon whale is truly the best. Riku, congratulations, BMG. Discovering wives is your first step to becoming a better trader. Have you re-looked at where GME fits into Wyckoff? I mean, it would just be accumulation, right? Potential phase C move. Hard to say. Brovia? Yeah, that was his fucking name. That dude was a moron. The bat is a nut job. Like hardcore crazy. And all of his DDs have been complete fucking nonsense. Or there, I don't know. I called CBOE to confirm it wasn't getting delisted. They said it wasn't. Then 2 days later, boom, delisted. Sure, Steph's girlfriend's DDs are nice, but so are Steph's. Moob's greater than boobs. That's nice. When's the next cycle supposed to kick off? 19th through 21st. Next potential upside period. I mean, I said all the other ones were shit. It's a very inclusive category. How do we play this possible rail strike? Puts on railroad companies? No, no one cares about the rail strike. It'll resolve itself. It's irrelevant. Stop getting hyped up on news. Or it's not, and then if it's not, we'll play it. But right now, it's nonsense. Puts on Berkshire? Yeah, I wouldn't do that ever. Calls on local pastry and coffee shops near the strike. Yes. Insider info on CSTM. Contract is up on the 19th. We've not received an offer on the contract yet. Interesting. Charlie's Vids is a fucking moron. He's like a used Mazda salesman. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. And he's constantly trying to link GME to like fucking 9/11 while he resets the Reddit servers in his basement. He's a nut job. If he's not a nut job, he's acting like a nut job in order to stir interest or gain followers. I'm not the one slandering Mazda. He's constantly reading like fucking rules that have been updated and the previous version of that rule, and then making conclusions based on his lack of information. Do you miss the Rev price spikes guaranteed once daily? No, I'm okay with it. I don't really know anything about Lou versus Wall Street. I thought he just like walks around Central Park talking to his phone and feeding ducks. Like, who thought that was legitimate? There's a dude on SS called Hyperblue who claims that all stocks in the market are swapped and moved in infinitely recursive patterns. Yeah, that and God algorithms that haven't changed in 20 years, and it's just I don't fucking care about any of their opinions. I don't. GB's not even in weird ETFs. It's just in a lot of ETFs. And that's because it doesn't really have a definable like sector, right? Tesla's in a lot of ETFs for the same reason. If it becomes hard to define what your business actually does, it gets more and more ETF exposure. I don't know who that is. Here's my opinion on like YouTube and social media finance personalities. 99.99% of them are complete horseshit. The ones that have any market knowledge whatsoever are generally trying to sell a product because the market knowledge that they have has failed them in the obtaining of money. And if you think, yeah, it's similar to Apple, Amazon. Both companies do so many different things that they're in a ton of ETFs because their business cannot be defined into one sector. Yeah. I wouldn't call myself a stock person. Like, I'm not making DD videos about other shit, right? Like, I just wanted to teach people about the markets and stream GME. And it's like morphed into something else now, but I mostly just want to hang out with people while I trade all day. If you pick up some knowledge along the way, awesome. Should we see negative price action tomorrow based on yesterday's T+2? No, we'd probably see more positive price action tomorrow because a lot of puts were sold yesterday. Like a lot of puts were sold yesterday. Also, you know, gamma exposure intra week is rare, right? Because like today's the expiration for for SPX and SPY options. Um, you know, it's T+2 from options expirations that you get gamma exposure because gamma expands into the expiration of the option, and that's where you get like gamma risk that is unhedged. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of call buying going on GME right now. Thanks, JJZ. I appreciate it, man. I picked up a lot of general knowledge, pizza places in New York, a few stock tips. Now I can sell cover calls and eat good pizza at the same time. What a time to be alive. Congratulations, Jeff. When selling CCs, how far dated do you aim for usually? It depends on the underlying. More volatile stocks, shorter periods, less volatile stocks, longer periods. On something less volatile, you need to sell more theta. On something more volatile, you know, you're selling the volatility. If I were to go on strike in the future, would you be in need of an assistant slash apprentice? I need cash under the table, thanks. No. Also, I'm pretty sure apprentices wouldn't get paid. I want to see Gurk in pre-video YouTube ads selling his trading course. Only then will I fully trust him. I'm gonna make a YouTube ad and it's gonna be like come hang out and trade stocks. That's gonna be the whole ad. No selling anything. No, this strategy will net you 100% returns guaranteed. None of that shit. Just come hang out and watch stocks tick. Thanks, Yuri. I appreciate it, man. Gamma is the rate of change in delta. When I say trade, I don't really mean legit trading. I would just be buying 100 share blocks of high volatility stocks or blue chips and then sell CCs to cover expenses. Come hang out, trade stocks, and bring your own ice cream sandwiches. BYOICS. I think you need to lean into the FinDom aspect of the stream. Nah. Actually, UWMC should be performing better now that rates are going up. Old Spice style Gurk shirtless on the back of a mini horse. Now we're talking. Is it weird that you hating all the other YouTube personalities makes me trust you more? I don't know. Why would you trust me? You don't know me. I think maybe there's a lot. Don't trust random people on the internet. Do you want an honest opinion on your trading strategy? You probably won't like it, but at least you'll have fun while you get ridiculed. Pi-Fi, make friends while you lose money. Zomputs were in response to the Dillionaire post about oil being bearish till November. Isn't oil like up today? November? That's kind of far out. I can see oil prices fluctuating a lot in the near term. I don't know strictly bearish. I mean, there's definitely buyers on oil at 80. I'll be doing up condors or anything like that, but straddle, strangle, CC, CSPs, simple things. It's super easy and much better than a 9 to 5. Yeah, it is. I missed it, but when does GME Opex start? 19th through 21st is the Opex settlement period. Mike the Legend. Does Andrew Mo Money make you cringe? I don't watch him, so no. I remember you talking about this a while back, but what's the deal on penny stocks and under stocks under $2? Are they mostly garbage? Yeah. They can run. They can run really, really hard. Most of them don't ever, but yeah, they're trash. So we're the product. You do it for your own entertainment only, not even for the money. Kind of the ultimate Dan. I mean, to be honest, before I started doing this, I'd probably already be done for the day right now. Oh, I should close some of these SPX puts. Hold on. We know you. We know your ice cream Sammy habits, your killer freezers, your hot neighbor, and how BlackRock sends VWASPs to monitor your WFH activities. HKD is garbage. Well, just highly manipulated, right? Remember when Mo Money would call into the stream and do filthy things? I do. Fubo ripping? That's up. Yeah, it's moving up. I've never done the dab move. And no, I'm not going to do it now either. Plus, to me at least, those kinds of strategies don't require that much care and can be left alone. Besides the straddles, of course, but that stuff I would just do on the SPY for news or earnings. Fair. Does the daily SPY chart look bearish as fuck? Yeah. Actually, no. um, it's starting to look a lot better. We'll see. It needs to break this lower. So here, I'll show you. So the SPY really, like, for this to continue looking bearish, it needs to break this lower trend, which will probably happen for the Fed minutes, especially if they go with like a 1.0 rate hike. Um, but I mean, this is a recovery, right? Like, this is a recovery pattern, especially because it found support again. Yeah, like a couple days ago and yesterday. That's 3 tests of this continued uptrend, or 4 tests of this continued uptrend. Like, I don't know if you guys can see the line drawn here, but and the one here. Like, I'll try to highlight them. That's like a reversal, you know? Obviously, like, I think the Fed minutes will probably break this trend to the downside again. So like maybe we rise back up and then like that. But it's hard to say if we'll find a new lower low. And probably not until like out and like further into Q4. Like, what we really want to see happen to see like a crash or a big downside on the market is we want to see like the mega caps start pulling back their projections. And I think it might be like another quarter, maybe a little longer before we see that. I will say that current earnings, like price, like PE ratios, are unsustainable, especially with with the Fed moving into an aggressive rate. Next Wednesday, full disclosure. I don't know you, but listen to your voice 8 hours a day during the week and a couple on the weekend for the last year or so. Thanks for dealing with us. Thanks for being here, man. Heineken candles and Volvo wagon squeezes. If I've done one thing as a streamer, I have accomplished creating the widest spread usage of Henken Ashi candles since their inception. Everyone loves them now, and it's because they're amazing. They're so smooth. You've also set the record for repeating that you're bullish on Revlon. True. Tesla at 305. I warned you. I warned you at 298. You've also bumped the book sales for a couple authors. Yeah, but I don't know how to set up like the thing where I get paid to do that, so I don't really think about it. Someone stole the catalytic converter off of my car. Fuck my life. That's rough. Does your insurance cover that? Have you done any analysis on what the realistic stock price could be in 5 years? Um, some. I mean, you can. It's hard to say because we're going into a recession right now, and no one knows how long that's gonna last. But if they move forward with what I think they will do in e-commerce, I could see valuations as high as like I don't know, like 50 to $75 a share in the next 2 to 3 years, depending on how aggressively they go after growth. The problem, I think the biggest problem with that right now is that with rates so high, it's not a great time to take on a ton of debt. So it might stagnate for like a year or so. I mean, as stagnant as GME can be, while they wait on taking on more capital. So they may have to like slow down their growth a little bit due to economic conditions, but during that period they should do well, right? They're very low on debt right now. They have plenty of cash on hand. They have an interested investor base, so it's not hard for them to raise a little capital if they need to. And that should help carry them through a recession. Additionally, their business is mm, it's not recession proof, but it excels during a recession. They're highly efficient, so they can actually use a recession to their advantage, and take more market share from less efficient, bigger companies. Since streaming, 5 people have bought options as a strategic investment, and 500 people have bought the workbook. HK candles are better on long time frames or on illiquid stocks intraday. If stocks are really gappy, because gap theory is bullshit for the most part, then Hankin Ashi candles can give you a better idea of trend and reduce the volatility of the underlying when you're looking at it on the chart. Big Stonk, welcome to Cornichon, man. Thank you so much. Hiken? Hmm. Do you think there'll be another entry for Jimmy today? No. Like a low one? Like where I bought in? No, probably not. Timing's the best. Because you stay above the 20-day theta decay window. First of all, Opex can continue to extend right now. So even though the Opex covering period is 3 days long, the covering can then spin off multiple T+2 cycles. And so you need at least 7 days of coverage minimum to cover an entire Opex run if it does occur. Like you only need 3 days of exposure to confirm, but you need 7 days of exposure to cover the entire period. And so you want an option ideally with 27 or more days of theta. Because after 20 days, theta decay accelerates. Yeah, I can't see how many dislikes I get, but thanks. I appreciate it. Thinking of... For daily trend analysis, you could do both. It depends on the underlying. You see SPY testing 406 again today? Seems like the bullish trend is weakening. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot more put profit taking. Not today, but tomorrow we'll probably see an uptick in that. Today, mostly like today's expirations are falling off, but the 916 expiration's a much bigger deal. I just had such a brain fart. I looked at my Fubo $10 calls and thought they were for this Friday, not 2024, and I freaked out. Well, calm down, Carl. It's okay. Is it too late for a Jimmy Opex position, or could tomorrow, Friday, be good? It's not too late. I mean, you haven't like missed the boat just because options are up 10 cents. Pull for what? Hmm. I don't know. The OI on those strikes that I bought was already really high. It was like 2,500 plus. I don't really think anybody's extra buy-ins had that much of an effect. I know you hate penny stocks, and that should be the end of the conversation, Mr. Finch. I think everyone thinks their penny stock has potential. Of course the CEO bought 100,000 shares. It's a fucking penny stock. Also, high short interest does not... That's a bad sign, right? Like if you're buying something for a long holds, high short interest means that a lot of institutions with all their information are betting against you. And you're saying they're all wrong. You know better. So it's already a really risky position to take in the first place, right? I missed the only opportunity in the market for an entry for an option that expires in a month and I'm holding for less than a week. Crime? Sounds like it. I often have the solace when the price is down knowing I must have bought leaps to then realize my calls actually do expire this Friday. Oh man. One day the people in the pickle jar will realize that it's better to have one October contract than one September contract or two September contracts. And when that day comes, you guys will all start making a lot more money. Shorts are future buyers. Yeah, except sometimes they're buying at zero. Give me a play for today. I'm bored and can't find anything to make a move on. Just play SPX or Spy. That's what you do on boring days. That's why I've been doing it so much. What's the lowest price you've bought a contract that's been mega profitable? Oh, I mean, I've bought like 5-cent zero DTEs that have gone up like 4,000%. That happens if you're buying zero DTEs. That kind of shit happens a lot. How do you profit off these boring days on the Spy? You can sell zero DTE strangles. Like probably not 20. 10? Maybe 20. Yeah, you could sell like 940, like 3940, 3960 for like 1850. Which isn't bad. And then, you know, after like an hour of trading sideways, you can buy it back at a profit. Stuff like that, you know. There's always a way to make money. Long, short, in between. You just keep making money. Does TA work on options charts? Technically, technical analysis should work on all charts, regardless of what the chart is about. That's not true, but it's theoretically that's supposed to be kind of accurate. I missed much of the chat due to work. Is your best guess that we've seen the low of pre-Opex on GME already take place? Hard to say. That'll depend on SLD. You know, we have retail sales tomorrow, and I think we have the Michigan consumer preliminary for September on Friday. So there's still some potential for negative news. There may still be some sell-offs due to SLD. It's not 100% that we've seen the low, but we may have. Well, the problem with VIX is it spikes and reverts to mean, right? So VIX has a trend, But there's no point in trying to analyze it because the only thing that causes run-ups are volatility, right? So here, like, so that doesn't mean that there's not plays that you can make based off of that information. It just means that they're like the upside is unpredictable, right? So if we look like VIX week over week, like there are discernible trends, right? Like through this period, like VIX is rising, right? But the majority of the volume is traded on the low end. So, you know, if you're on the lows, you would play the high end. But you would need a lot of time to do so, right? I mean, this is also like when I hedge with VIX, right? My long-term hedges. Because over time, you know, when my stocks are doing the best, I'm buying long-term hedges on VIX because over time it will rise, right? Inevitably. So as long as I buy sufficient theta, I will be able to sell that hedge on the upside. So there are, and then, you know, obviously this trend has now leveled out and you have, you know, something more in line with the, or it's starting to level out. You're getting something a little more in line with the previous trend, right? So there are like volumetric trends in the VIX. That the things they tell you are kind of the same thing the trends in the market tell you, but you just don't want to do it on like the 1 minute or like the 15 minute. It's just useless, right? Unpredictable. Like but very long time periods. Yeah, there's analysis that can be done on it. No problem, Snook. I got 200 Fubo 75Cs. Jesus. Hoping to get out when it's a 5-6 bagger off the IV play. I don't know if Fubo is gonna get that volatile. Are they for 2024? Spy's already broken down below VWAP, hasn't it? Or is VWAP low today? I don't have it. I'm looking at SPX right now. Oh. Um it could find support here. It's falling a little below. Maybe back down to 39.40. How do you see Fubo getting over the next few days with Opex? I don't give a shit. I bought the stock for like a 2-year window. I don't care if it goes up a little bit in the near term. And we have no idea, right? Like currently, Fubo doesn't have any significant OPEX cycles. They're very, very minimal. If Fubo hit like 15 during OPEX, I would be selling $10 covered calls on it in a heartbeat. Are you selling PMCCs against your leaps? No. I mean, I'm not going to sell covered calls into an Opex period, but I'll sell covered calls during an Opex period. So yeah, I'll sell covered calls on my leaps on a run, right? Or well, PMCCs. What did you make of the run to 8 on Fubo in August? I mean, I sold all the $5 leaps that I bought the day before and then bought back into them after the run, but like I made good money on it. Volatility went way up. Why are Jan 24 leaps better than buying shares? I can sell PMCCs against them for less money, so I get the equivalent amount of like leverage or collateral for significantly less money, right? Like how much are Jan 24 or 5s, right? Those are like almost in the money right now. Jan 24 5s are $2. So for $224, you can get collateral for 492 days of naked calls. What do you think caused it? The shareholder meeting and the earnings report being bullish? Oh, Fubo's part of the like same basket as GME and BBBY. The whole basket ran on the 16th. I think they blew off whatever obligations they were carrying into like the August Opex period across the entire basket because BBBY was running so hard. That happened. That also happened on November 3rd, when BBBY announced their share buyback. So similar type of event. I think anytime you see significant price action on any of the basket stocks, you'll see like an event like that occur. Either significant news or significant price action. Because they de-risk, right? They immediately de-risk. A SPY breaks below 390, holds for any reasonable amount of time. How low do you see it trending over the coming weeks? I don't necessarily think a break below 390 is going to be a continuation of a downtrend. Also, I'm really not sure it's going to break under 390. At least not until the Fed announcement, if then. About 10 Gen 25C for 70 cents. They're they're green right now by quite a bit. Yeah, it's been a good play. A lot of money to be made on it. That's the hope, right? Like, you know, GME has more liquidity now and likely will be less explosive into the future as time drags on. And so, Fubo is kind of a bet that we can pick up the beginnings of what GME realized throughout last year, right? In a different way. Obviously, they're very dissimilar, but there's similar opportunity for volatility shorts coming in back into Fubo. Remember that shorting dries up liquidity also. So that's a benefit to this kind of play, and the shorting, high insider ownership, and liquid options chains promote and high ETF inclusion promote the shorting of volatility on the underlying. And then when you get volatility shorts, you get Opex cycles, because volatility shorts need ETF liquidity in order to maintain their control of the volatility in the underlying and keep it elevated. And then to do that, you need a very specific type of stock. And I think Fubo fits all those metrics. And in addition, has bullish news. So it's very possible that over the next year or two, Fubo is going to upcycle into, a highly volatile, cyclical stock. And we're in at theoretically the bottom. Yeah, shares are great. Shares on Fubo right now, shares and leaps are amazing, because the potential to sell covered calls on a stock like GME over a 2-year period greatly exceeds the money you would make from simply selling the shares at the top, or trying to profit off the cycles with long options, because your short volatility at the peaks of the cycles by selling covered calls is, institutionally reinforced, because the short volatility, like the short sellers who are shorting volatility, are also going to short volatility at the top and reinforce your short vol position. So you're able to sell in the money covered calls, capturing massive amounts of the upside profit with the shares that you have, to the point where your shares are essentially free. And then you have free ownership and what's likely a fairly good growth company. And beyond that, you have profitable ownership in a growth company. I just made a mess. What made you buy 38.75 instead of 40 with much higher OI? I liked the 38.75 strike. It was priced nicely based on my initial brief estimate. It was exactly 0.2 delta. Clip that, dog? I clipped it. Did you talk about the Upstart players that not for poor? So Upstart's, I think a lot of people are really confused on Upstart. Upstart's got a lot of upside potential. It's very cheap right now. It's pretty volatile. There's growing call interest in it. Gamma Max is exceptionally high. Financially, it's pretty stable, looks bullish. Fed rate increases benefit it, and it's on Reg Show. But Monday, not anymore, but Monday, the puts were overpriced. So there was an opportunity to sell CSPs, like a decent opportunity to sell CSPs that had a very low likelihood of going in the money. Obviously, the 500 BPS drop in the indices changed that, but a very low likelihood of going in the money, at the money CSPs. Selling those, you could then bet on the upside by creating a long calendar combo. So you would sell a short dated put, buy a further dated call, and then if the stock ran off of that support, you would capture profits on the upside beyond what you could capture with the cash secured put, while still netting a minimal credit. Now that credit is likely going to have to be used to buy back the CSPs at a slight loss. However, the upside still looks promising, and I will probably average down the calls that I have bought. I think there'll be plenty of opportunities to get into Fubo over time. Maybe not this cheap, but other opportunities nonetheless. Based on the type of margin institutions can get, what percentage of their holdings do you think they sell off to put up the SLD cash? I think it just varies per institution. I don't think there's any like there's no way to tell because they're all different sizes, right? Some will sell off, less of a percentage, some will sell off more, but that's just based on the size of their holdings. Also, Upstart has 123 510Cs, so you know what that means. Oh Jesus. Let's not talk about that because they're always watching. Working on building my long-term portfolio, and I'm using GME cover calls to do so. If you had to choose, would you pick something like AMD or Fubo? I speculate on Fubo for a riskier but better reward. Yes. To be fair, I built a lot of my portfolio off of AMD, but when I bought AMD, it was in a very similar business situation to Fubo. It was trading very low. There wasn't a lot of speculation on it. It was cheap. And it built the backbone of what would later become my portfolio, right? To be fair, I never sold any AMD until last year, so I'd already had quite a large portfolio before then, but it never hit the price target I wanted until last year. 510 gang is back. Oh boy. What's the benefit of a leap on Fubo versus buying shares? I went over that already. If you go back like 10 minutes, but they provide you low cost collateral for naked calls and lots of time for price realization and large amounts of, Vega sensitivity. DMs, Dork and I have been jerking each other off. Oh, cool. Did you send me pictures? Oh, nice. That's amazing. You guys have drawn little bubbles? I mean, I know about that. Time cycles align with MacDork like perfectly, just so you know. Opex for Rev might be maybe really juicy if there's some some strange delisting expectations. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Opex is going to be pretty interesting on it. I'm definitely excited about the potential. The initial run that kicked all this off was June Opex. So, which GME never realized, but Revlon did. Look what you did. What did I do? Oh, the 510s? $127.50 gang doesn't sound as cool. It doesn't. Ricky here. Can you explain what a leap is? Yeah, a leap is a long-term equity anticipation security. They're listed options contracts that expire in more than a year. They are on the December, January, and June expirations for equities. They are a product. They are a options product. They can be listed on a stock or an index. Generally, the premium on leaps is higher than those for standard options, but lower than the cost of shares of the underlying. That's about it. Don't you only really need 23 days of theta decay? Nope, you need 27. Because if something does happen in T3, then you're not necessarily going to be in the money or near the money, depending on when you buy where you buy your contracts. Um, and you don't want even if you're in the money only a little bit, you're still going to have theta decay, and it's still going to accelerate after 20 days. So you never ideally you never want to hit that acceleration of theta decay. Rev doing some trading? Ooh. And tease. What would it take to make me a mod? I would have to die. Someone else would have to take over the channel. You'd have to befriend them, and then they would mod you. Or an extremely large bribe. I'm open to bribes for moderatorship. Do you have short-dated SPY calls to capture unwinding puts by this Friday? I have a long strangle in addition to an asinine amount of puts on SPX. So yes. That's been sort of my rule all along. The only moderator that has asked for moderator, the only two moderators that have asked for moderator and eventually become moderators have been Carl and Visceral. And they both earned it in other ways, but I really don't like modding people that ask to be mods. And also, look how those turned out. I mean, Carl just spends his days timing everyone out in the Discord and reveling in his own power. I'm here to jack tits and drink wine, and I'm all out of tits. Woke up from a nap. I felt a disturbance in the force with a slight whisper in my ear. Is it true? Is 510 gang alive again? Let's fucking go. I mean, yeah, ish. I haven't abandoned School of Stock. It's just that it takes a really long time to make the videos, and I'm busy. I'm a busy guy. I have very little me time. And the little me time I have is generally spent sleeping at like 2 in the morning to 4 in the morning. Bask in my fake internet powers, you shills. I bought some GME Opex calls today. They're up. They're up a bunch. I timed them really well. Look at me. I did it again. You know what would have been amazing if I'd sold all of my August Opex position when it was up like 80% the Friday before August Opex? Hmm. Can anyone make a stream card? Yes. Buckled up Jen. Everyone say hi. Buckled up Jen has joined us. I have top shelf whiskey. Somewhere. Wait, if I was a centaur, how could I sit in a chair? I got some whiskey right here. I don't drink it, but it's here. Chair's fake. You're on your knees. Okay, never mind. Can you name School of Stock to abandon School of Stock? Then redo all the videos in full Halloween costume with a spooky double entendre? This sounds like a bid to get me to dress up as Elvira. It's not happening. You're a centaur, the chair is a saddle. We don't see no lower half. Well, that's because the camera's above my monitors and pointed at my face. Why are institutions generally scared of massive squeeze plays? They don't need to take risk. Being an institution's all about making money as safely as feasibly possible. So, you know, there's like, did I talk about this yesterday? I know I've talked about it with people in the past, maybe not on the stream, but, you know, there's a thing called fund decay. So over time, hedge funds' market performance declines, right? Because when funds start and they're beating markets by like 300% year over year, right? And everyone's like, they're the hot new thing on the street. They don't have a lot of money and they're taking a lot of risk. But as they make more and more money, they take less and less risk, which reduces their performance. So, you know, like primes who have all the money are down here sitting on like 3% returns a year. And, you know, new smaller funds are kind of over here on this other end of the curve. But they're making this 3% returns a year almost riskless, right? And they're making it on huge amounts of capital. So notionally, this is returning more money. Because, you know, they're leveraging like trillions of dollars. That's what I have. This is the 8-year 200th anniversary edition. I haven't drank any of it yet because it's like an 8-year. Like peasant whiskey, you know? It's it's too young. It's just gonna be the human half replaced by dolphin. How does BlackRock lose over $1 trillion? The market tanked and they have massive holdings. They don't care, right? Because it'll just go back up eventually. Why won't a prime just squeeze the shorts? They don't care. They'd rather loan the shorts shares. Let the shorts do whatever the fuck they want. When you're a prime, all you do is just buy shit at liquidation prices. You wait for the market to crash, you buy up as much as you feasibly can, and then you wait till the next market crash before you buy shit again. Constantly growing larger and larger. I wouldn't call myself a whiskey connoisseur. I just drink whatever the most expensive shit is. I like McKellen 25. And like Japanese whiskey, like Hibiki. Hibiki's one of my favorites. Now you need to have terrible whiskey so you can understand the difference. Why would I do that to myself? I've had Jameson. I, is Jameson terrible? Is there lower? Can you sell a PMCC against any calls you have? How does that work? Or is it just on leaps or something else that makes it restrictive? You can sell it on any calls. You can sell them on warrants. You can sell them on shares. All of those are considered collateral for a PMCC or for a call. So yeah, you obviously have to sell it at a higher strike than the strike of your call. BBY IV crushed? I don't know. I'm not paying attention to it. No? No? Yeah. IV on BBBY is still really high. GME IV is going up, yeah. Just buy cheap shit and throw it in a Brita filter, Carl. Pop off vodka and a Brita filter. Boom, Grey Goose. I don't know if it works. You're probably better off using like a paper filter. Do it 5 times, boom, top shelf. Except there's no way to pressurize. Well, then you'd have to pressurize the alcohol through the filter. Maybe like a reverse osmosis, like countertop reverse osmosis filter. But I'd be worried that it just comes out with water. Like, you just get the 60% water back. Tried to find an Opex entry without watching the stream or asking questions this time. I wound up with October 14 30s for 205 and 30% cash on the side to DCA if the opportunity arises. How did I do? Okay. A little short on time, but not bad. What was the OI like on that strike? Decent? Isn't owning a still illegal? I feel like it is in some states. Fubo is not Netflix. Not even close. Not yet. There's definitely got to. I know there's states where owning a still is illegal. Ownership is legal. Distilling without a permit is illegal. Hmm. Down a total of 2,100 on my Opex position. Am I doing this right? I mean, it sounds like you may have gotten in a little early. Also, everyone needs to calm the fuck down. GME's just reached the price it opened at, okay? No, it's not MOASS. Dear God. You're entering more Opex positions this week. I'll buy nearer the money towards the end of this week and into next, probably. Jan 237.50s, good IV. I don't love them. Only if IV really bumps. Otherwise, they're just gonna stagnate or not move up sufficiently. Are you still bullish on Revlon? Yeah, nothing's changed. Revlon's going up too. No, that's Bobby. What's Revlon doing? Revlon's down. I lied. Where can Fubo go after it breaks 5? 6? Europo here. My electricity bill has gone from roughly 30 bucks a month to 1,500 bucks a month. Calls on my insolvency. Also, how do I short the top of the European electricity market this winter? Short gas, go long uranium? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, long uranium's probably good. I don't know about shorting gas. Gas demand would drive up, right? So, yeah, just go long coal. Broke as fuck and can't afford options. What do I look for to time the top for CCs? A cross of Gamma Max, and then the 10% to 15% range that follows thereafter. I told you guys if the market rises, GME is going to rise at an accelerated rate, right? Because the market maker is net negative gamma, which is being forced, but they shouldn't be after a cross of 27, but because of the extensive amount, pervasive amount of put buying, the market maker is being kept net negative gamma. When that flips, it gets very bullish. So someone's trying to keep the market maker from flipping net positive. Hey, Fubo broke 5 again. Everyone here should be unstoppable with nothing more than Gamma Max and 100 shares. Yeah. What time frame? Intraday? Generally, when we cross gamma max, it gets really violent. So like it can spike really hard right after the cross of gamma max. But that spike's usually the last one, depending on how hard it spikes. If it spikes really hard, then the last one's about 2 days later. There's a second slightly higher spike before it falls back through gamma max. Don't explain it to him, Carl. What's the average time period that a decent trader would turn 5K to 10K trading options? You could do that in 1 day. I mean, it just depends on what plays you pick. On SPX, it takes like 5K to 10K. I mean, you can do that in like a couple days if you hit right. Or you hit one good run. All the mega caps are going to struggle over the next couple of quarters. Margins are going to reduce. Consumer side demand is going to continue to lower. And they're going to get, they're going to reduce production in order to catch up. But there'll be a dip there where, they've overproduced into low demand. And that's going to lower their expectations as the size of the markets they participate in shrinks and their margins narrow. That applies to all big companies right now that are trading at super crazy multiples. My favorite thing about this channel is all the helpful viewers that comment to tell us the price action of the stocks that are literally being shown on the screen. Thank you to all the heroes. No problem, Sloppy Poppy. I mean, I sell covered calls at Gamma Max on the high test. So I sold like in March, I sold 10% of my CCs at like 158.50. Which was Gamma Max on the test of 200. That's how you make that sweet money. Your chance of assignment, very high. But if the price falls back below Gamma Max, it's fast enough, you don't get assigned. You just keep $30 of share value or whatever. And it'll be different post split, but greedy or genius? I'm just buying a bunch of Jan 40 CC that I will sell after a cross of Gamma Max. I think there's a reasonable strat for someone busy or inexperienced. Sure, yeah, it doesn't seem terrible. Just be ready on a test of Gamma Max because of May, right? May failed to cross. That makes me hesitant on trusting the upside. I mean, as long as there's sufficient volume, we should move past it, but we may not necessarily. I think May we didn't because it kind of took everyone by surprise. And there wasn't a lot of like retail out of the money positioning. Say if we establish a 4 around 12 within the next 3 months, would a rug pull be on the table? Or am I just conditioned to think that because of meme stocks? I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, if Fubo starts grinding up in price, it's going to start tracking Opex cycles. So it'll have a low and a high point in each quarterly period. How does a poor such as myself calculate gamma max? It's on the screen right there. That's how you do it. Gamma max for a Bobby? I'll tell you. $12. I wasn't clicking a pen. I have a pocket knife on my table that I was opening and closing repeatedly. Yep, GM every morning. If in the money is theta irrelevant, not irrelevant, but the deeper into the money you get, the slower the rate of decay. Can we get more tickers on the screen, please? No. That wasn't wine, that was whiskey. That was Lagavulin 8. Yeah. Do we expect Jimmy to run to 38? No, there's a lot of call buying this time versus May where there was very little. So I would expect Jimmy to run within 10 to 15% of 30, currently 10 to 15% of 38. Gamma Max is going to move up, right? First off, the more out of the money calls purchased, the further Gamma Max moves up. So I expect GME to move on its peak within 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. Whatever Gamma Max is that day. If today were Opex, the Opex run, which it's not, I would say that, the upside target of GME would be, 4180. Aren't you going kind of light on calls though? I bought 200. I'll buy more near the money later. I don't feel like that's very light. Well, it's lighter than I usually go. Actually, I bought 220 because I bought 10 on this one. 220. Yeah, I mean, I don't keep a lot of money in this account. This is just like the account I fuck around with on the stream. Also, it's a cash account, so it's not the best for trading options. I try to keep like 10% of my position on the stream, but I'm usually not paying attention. So sometimes I remember to buy it, sometimes I don't. Is current GME price action just call buying? It's upside hedging from the market maker. Remember, the market maker, because of the net negative gamma, is buying into rising prices. So active fund participations purchasing is amplified by the market maker right now. And call buying. I got 0.1, 0.2 delta. I mean, they're a little higher now, but 0.1 and 0.2 today. I'll probably look at 0.3 tomorrow or Friday, maybe Monday even. I really don't like buying the 0.3s and like if I buy 0.4s until later. Upstart dead. It's not really doing much. It's on Reg Show right now, so it's gonna be weird. Yeah, Macy's seems, or at least the calls I have on Macy's seem to have stayed pretty stagnant throughout today. I would say it looks like a support. I didn't buy 22,000 GME shares. I haven't bought any GME shares since March. I bought 220 contracts earlier today. I bought yeah. I don't know what time. I don't have the time and sales up. Whoa. Weird. Mm-hmm. Are October 28th $50 calls decent for Opex? Why October 28th? That's a weekly expiration. So, no. It's shitty. Just turn off weeklies on your fucking filters so I don't get asked questions about them. What's your low target for Opex on GMA? 38. Current gamma 35, but that'll change. But are your rules on buying back CSPs similar to cover calls? Yeah. Unless I want to be assigned at that price, in which case I'll take the risk, right? What's the lowest you would sell GMEs, CCs on GME for Friday, or avoid till a potential Opex run? Um, the lowest I'd sell them for probably like 32. I don't know, maybe like 31.25, but maybe not. I wouldn't sell 30s. And ideally, you'd want to be above 30, like You want to be above like 31.50. Even like the 32.50 strike is risky. Because it could, I mean, you probably wouldn't get assigned at 32.50, but it's a little risky. If you go purely off like where the put gamma is, then 30 should be safe. But that'll break down on Friday, which is the day you're most worried about assignment. And if it breaks down, the price can rise above it. Yeah. So like I have 35s and 40s out right now, but those I think are pretty safe. After Opex, I usually sell them like 30 DTE, fairly far out of the money. The problem is Tesla rises on Opex, but it also rises when the market does. Is Upstart an Opex play? Not really, but it could be. Any potential Rev Fubo run on Opex? Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll be watching both of those very carefully during the Opex period. Ugh. Here. So I don't have to answer this. Yeah, they'd be up more if they weren't weeklies. They're harder to sell. They have wider spreads. The week of expiration, they become very, very liquid. But when you're buying them further out, they're very illiquid because all of the options interest on further dated calls is going to fall on the monthly and quarterly expirations. With the most open interest falling on leaps. So in terms of liquidity of a strike, it generally goes monthly, quarterly, like weekly, monthly, quarterly leap. Are all your charts on screen HK candles? I think so. I'm not sure if this is. This might be, there. Now they are. This might not be it. This. Might help with visibility. It's white on a black background. What could be more visible than that? That's the most visible color combo. I could increase the font size. Make it shimmer. Oh my god, there is no Comic Sans. I can make it Arial. It just doesn't look as classy as Times New Roman. I would just say that remember it in the future, Stinky. Because when you're buying into those options, you're getting a shitty spread. So you're probably paying more for the option than it's worth. No, now your order entry is completely obscured. Good. Oh, fuck. I can't see the writing. Get glasses, zoom in. I don't know. When charts were invented, why was green chosen to represent profit up movement and red down? I don't think it was initially. They had to differentiate between candles that closed high versus ones that closed low. Green and red makes sense. So it's lined up proper. Here, there you go, Stefan. Most traders are colorblind, so red and green was the perfect crime. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, a long time ago they used to price options fractionally too. So it'd be like 23 and a quarter, 23 and a third, 23 and 5/8. Headlines trading at 6.5. I still remember looking at morning's prices in the paper. It definitely keeps you from fucking panicking on intraday price swings, right? I wonder if we just had a better class of investor before decimal based pricing. Imagine like finding out the next day that your stock had dropped like 40%. You're like, ah, shit, I need to panic sell. Back when you could play the news. I've been following for a while now. I'm still not rich. Is that your fault or mine? Also, can I get a refund? Just messing. Cheers. Thanks, full disclosure. I check my stock prices in the afternoon edition of the newspaper. Some of you people are making money. Yeah. You're the only consistent YouTube streamer. Am I? Isn't that like what streaming is? Is just like doing this every day? I feel like my understanding of what I'm supposed to be and do is shaky. Being that I really don't know anything about other streamers besides what people tell me. Or what I've seen very briefly in the past. Consistently arrogant. I mean, yeah. You're perfect, never change. I know. I don't intend to. They still push Palantir. You know, one day Palantir will make money and you'll all eat your words. And I'll sell my shares. Thanks, David. Or they're alcoholics. Well, that could happen to me. Stop boosting his ego. My ego is gonna go Super Saiyan here in a minute. A bull flag on Fubo. Sure. That's not how bull flags work, but why not? Palantir will never make money. Well, I don't care. My cost basis is now negative $3. Why would you sell when you have a negative cost basis? Well, because if the stock is worth 0, then my negative cost basis is just 0. Thanks for not pandering to the masses. Now play a song for us. Do you think SPY could hit 398 today, or still unlikely? It could. It's starting to pull up off of 3950. So I do think 3980 is a little high, but it's possible. We're probably not going to see a large amount of like short side capitulation till, well, we'll see a little today from today's expiration, but most of it will be tomorrow and Friday. Is Palantir at a good entry now? I lost money on it before and I don't want to get hurt again. Palantir is a pile of shit. What's it cost? I don't even know what it costs right now. I just keep selling $10 covered calls on it. Oh, it's going up. Look at that. It's high frequency trading up to $7.60. It's a little pricey. It's not terrible, but it's a little pricey. You can get it cheaper. Not a lot, but a little. It just cycles up into like its next earnings period and then drops like a rock when people realize it doesn't make money again. For some reason, people need to learn this lesson every quarter. I don't know why. Do you think Fubo will run this Opex? It might. That'd be cool. We don't know yet. If your cost basis is 0, like most of the big guys, is this why we're all told not to sell long positions? Like just to prop up the big guys? Realistically, we should sell CCs, buy puts to shave off. Yeah, I mean, you just get your cost basis down to nothing. It's awesome when you can do it. Imagine a stock going down 72% this year and Girk telling you it can get cheaper. And then imagine that it does. Right? Next quarter, Palantir back to 35. You'll see. I mean, if it does, I'm just going to be selling $20 calls on it. Was Macy's a pickles pick? Yeah. If you sell above your cost basis, but you had shares that were purchased higher, and then buy back into the stock after it drops, is that a wash sale since some of those shares were sold for a loss? Maybe? I don't know. I don't really pay attention. Like you guys pay a ton of attention to wash sales, and as a trader, I don't think you should care that much. You know it's just the initial loss that you can't claim. But if you're profitable across a position, you wouldn't be claiming a fucking loss anyway. It's, I get asked a lot of questions about like PPT or PDT, sorry. I get asked a lot of questions about PPT too, but PDT and wash sales, and I can just say this: for PDT, don't trade with money you don't fucking have. And for wash sales, no one cares. They don't wreck you on taxes. You can only claim $3,000 losses a year anyway. Yeah, if you're making profits, you don't give a shit about taxes. Make sure you have money put away for taxes, like, but everyone's like, I got a wash sale. It's, yeah, you and every other new trader on the planet. Stop selling your shit at a loss then? I mean, pro tip to avoiding a wash sale: buy a 5 minute to expiry put and then exercise for profit. Yeah, you can do that. I don't think anyone's making 5K and owing 800K in taxes. That seems extreme. Or just trade options and don't trade the same strikes twice. Set up a LLC so that you can take losses as like corporation. You can get there's a preferred tax status too that you can get for trading if it's like your primary income. It's really hard to get, but if you can get it, you can claim more losses. I think it's just really hard to qualify for it. Looking spicy? Yeah, a little bit. Looking better. I wouldn't say it's looking spicy. I'm not missing out on HKD. I don't give a flying fuck about it. You guys are just chasing the latest bandwagon. Good luck. Good luck that it doesn't just halt 6 times on the way down. And you get burned while insiders fucking smuggle more money out of China. What if your primary job is your job is trader, but your primary source of income is allowance from your breadwinning wife? If you're holding long and you have a loss over the year, you're not taxed. Unless you're like a multimillionaire, I'm pretty sure nobody's taxed on unrealized gains. Do I have what? Buckled up, John. $36 million in executive bonuses to retain talent. Awesome. If you make and lose 100K, if you lose 100K, then make 100K on the same stock, you pay 40K in taxes on 0 gains. Correct? Lose 100K, then make 100K. If you wash it, yeah. I think. If it's a wash. It's net gains? Jesus, have people never paid taxes? I mean, to be fair, I haven't. I mean, like, not that I haven't paid them, but I've never done them. I just hire someone to do it. I'm pretty sure it's just a net, though. Like, you didn't make any fucking money. Yeah, it's still net income. You're paying short-term capital gains on income. You still have to be fucking positive. You're describing a situation where you've made $0. Why would you pay taxes on making $0? Make 10K on Rev, lose that 10K on GME. I already have someone who does my taxes. Thanks, though. This is what you do. Get dual citizenship. Once you hit it big, right? Real big. Transfer all your money offshore, get dual citizenship, and renounce your US citizenship. Boom. Move to Cyprus and renounce US citizenship. Monaco pickle. Yeah, just go to Puerto Rico, no cap gains. But you have to, like, I've thought about that. I've thought about moving to, because I'd reduce my capital gains taxes by a lot. But it's just not worth it. Like, if you're making money, why move somewhere to make slightly more money? IRS online too. What if your accountant is full port and ape? I'd probably find a different accountant. No. I mean, it's not above $5. So there's no pressure to hedge the $5 strike, which is only at 0.5 delta now, right? And it's not below $5. That's not how that works. It's as the price rises above the OI that more hedging is required. So if you have a big pile of OI, it's not the price hitting that OI that's going to trigger a ton of hedging. It's the price moving above it that's going to trigger hedging. The problem with living in Puerto Rico is living in Puerto Rico. Yeah, I mean, it's an island. It's like hard to get shit there. I know a bunch of people that have moved there because they're traders to save money on taxes. I can't say any of them have ever had like great stories about living in Puerto Rico. It's okay. Constantly battered by hurricanes, your internet's down for weeks on end. Um yeah. Just go move to a fucking beach, Stefan. You can live your dream of jogging on the beach every day. You don't have to live there full time, but you have to be a permanent resident. And then you'll do all that work and they'll just make Puerto Rico a state and you'll get fucked. Please move to a state without income tax. I don't pay income tax for New York, right? Well, I do for YouTube, but not for trading. Like, you just pay short-term capital gains, like state short-term capital gains tax, which isn't as high as New York City's income tax, which is fucking absurd. I think there'll be a lower entry on GME this week. Not necessarily. I mean, we're lower than we were 20 minutes ago right now, 30 minutes ago. Why don't people just ever ask me, like, the range they want to buy GME at? Why isn't it like, hey, you think we'll hit 26 this week? And then I could just be like, maybe. Or if they're like, do you think we'll hit 25? And I could be like, no. People don't get that the entire market operates in terms of spreads and ranges. I know. I have 1948 and a packet of chips. How many GME leaps will I be able to buy this week? None. Foresee any reason for Ivy on GME to go down this week, good sir? Today may have been the low point. Generally it is. Generally, like, the Wednesday pre-Opex, Wednesday or Thursday pre-Opex is the low point for Ivy. It'll depend greatly on what the market does over the next couple days. I have looked at Tell. I think that their building of a port to ship to Europe is going to take longer than the European energy crisis to complete. That's the problem with, people who respond to current crises, right? You're already too late. If you want to buy into companies when a crisis happens, address companies that can handle the crisis now, not companies that are building to handle a crisis 2 years from now. Is Opex affected by Labor Day? No, not at all. That was last week before last week. When SLD price movement, SLD may already be done. We may have already seen assets sold off into the market drop. There may be a little more downside possible, but it won't be very big. I just had to file for bankruptcy and lost everything. What's my best option to buy for Opex? Wait, what? What do those two things have to do with anything? If an Opex run occurs, how long until GME is back at the 25 to 28 range? Generally, shortly afterwards. But after May, our price stayed elevated for months. Usually within like 3 weeks, the price is moving back down into the low range. Did recent news change your bullishness on Rev? No, I'm still bullish. I bought a September 16 40C at the bottom for the Opex play. How did I do? You dick. Would you mind showing us some Fubo TA? Yeah, I'd love to. There you go. Next resistance is at 608. There's a little at 525-ish. Maybe 550. Yeah, let's say 550. Boom. Fubo's not a squeeze play. Fuck off. Unless it squeezes, in which case, cool. Can you manage your, can you go over how tight you manage your stops? They're very loose until we cross gamma max, and then I start tightening them up. You can go watch the like spurt video for how to do that, or read the exit DD I wrote forever ago. Still applicable. Veru signed a commercial services agreement with Canadian pharma company Valeo. Veru? Cool. Is it back above 15 again? Someone asked me earlier. Yeah, look at that, 1577. I don't know what the target for performance is. Thanks, 8Raw. Nothing is a squeeze play in general. Too many things are getting credit for being a squeeze when short squeezes are mostly just a theory, not a thing that happens more than once in a blue moon. I mean, technically, I don't think there's been a true short squeeze since dries, probably. There's been pressure on shorts, which people mistake for a short squeeze, but like an actual short squeeze, I think it's been years since one's even happened. They only happen in really extreme. Yeah, maybe Volkswagen even. I mean, Dries was a true short squeeze, right? They reverse split the stock like 2 times back to back and squeeze the shorts. When news on a stock comes out, is it algos instantly buying or selling that causes volatility? Or is it people like us? I mean, a lot of the price action that you see occur on a stock after news right away is the market maker returning to neutral. So the second news comes out on a stock, the market maker snaps their hedge to neutral. Has your strategy for selling CCs at the top of Opex runs been to sell them at the money? I sell a lot of them at the money. I sell some in the money, and then I sell some out of the money, just in case of like a double bounce. VW being a squeeze there was not mandated buy-in by the shorts. They just panicked. I mean, it was kind of necessary because of the ownership situation. But yeah, they did. There was panic. But the second one panics, the rest have to, right? Risk massively increases very, very rapidly. Is rolling Opex still a thing? What do you mean? Is that a concern for covered calls? Not really. I'm not sure what you mean, though. Maybe be a little more specific. Kubo's killing it. Thinking about buying more shares just to sell covered calls if the price goes higher. Not a terrible idea. There's always more opportunities in the market. Every day is a new day. There's always a new stock. There's always something that's gonna run. There's always something that's gonna drop. Just because you missed one thing doesn't mean you'll miss the next one. It's not a big deal. Like HKD is moving up today. I don't give a shit at all. You'll always have a group of people that chase literally everything that's currently happening in the market, and they never make any money. They're always up and then massively down and then up again and massive. It's like Wall Street bets, right? Stock groupies, kind of, yeah. They're the same people that like follow like bullshit speculation on Twitter every day. Or only look at stocks after they're already up 20%. Your taste in food and movies is questionable, but you should know that I just installed a bidet and it's changed my life. Thank you, Pickle Man, for saving our butts. No problem, OG. Congratulations, by the way. How do you locate opportunities before researching them further? That's something you need to learn for yourself. Same people who follow Zero Hedge? Probably. You see them in here. They're always like, hey, look at this penny stock. It's up 200%. No one fucking cares, man. I hope you owned a shitload of it at the bottom, but you didn't, right? You're buying it because it's up 200%. So you're the dumb money. Even if you make money, you're still the dumb money in that scenario. Someone else is making more money than you. Spy what doing? Failing to hold the 3950 resistance. And simultaneously printing my 3940 put strangle, which is chef's kiss. That was one time with Spurt. You know what sucks about getting in on this stuff early, like Fubo or BBBY or Spurt was a great example. Like these were all plays that I was super fucking early to. Um People are up like $1 and they sell. Like they have no constitution for holding with gains, right? Like they'll hold their losses longer. Like bag holders from the BBBY run, they will hold that shit into the fucking dirt, right? But they wouldn't sell at 5x their initial buy-in. And then like people who buy in early are up like 1x and they're like, I'm out. That's it. And then they buy back in as the price rises. Then they turn into the second person. That's the problem with the buy and hold strategy. They never figured out what to do next. So like this was like a lot of people's BBBY timeline, and I'm sorry if you're feeling very attacked right now. That's not my intention. But BBBY dropped, and a bunch of people bought here between like $6 and $4. That's a weird way to write that. And then it started going up, and then it hit like 10, and a shitload of people sold. Then it hit 20, and they all bought back in again. And now they're holding. What the fuck? Like if you bought it $6, just like you can hold through 10. Like what's the fear there that it's gonna go back to $6? Oh no. I can pretty much prove that you did this. Worse yet, some people bought here. Or here. But like every time I've done that, like Spurt went from like $5 to $50. Everyone sold at like 7. And then bought back at 40 and then held through the rest of the squeeze. Fubo, people are buying in at 3 and 4 and they're like, I'm out at 5. And then when it hits 10, they're going to buy back in again. It'll hit 12 and then drop back to 4. No, rule ones don't lose money. Rule twos don't chase. I think it's people don't have an understanding of the valuation of the thing they're buying. I really think that's a big reason. And that's why I tell people to read, Graham's books, because that gives you an idea of how to evaluate what you're holding. When I'm pointing these things out when they're low and then they go up, it's because their value is incorrectly being realized by the market. They are worth more than the current price. So the price you're paying is less than the value of the thing you're buying. And you're waiting for the market to realize the value of the thing that you bought for less, which will increase its price, right? But if you don't have an understanding of that mechanic, you're going to constantly fall into that trap. As someone who has no idea how to value a company, but beyond a relative comparison of incomplete data, I am your theoretical example. You know, you say chase squeezes, it's free money, but everyone who does that is broke, and then they spend the next 6 months making up fantasy stories about their stock and how they're sticking it to the hedgies because they need to find a social cause to justify their losses. You said no more Findom, yet here we are. Sorry. People always break apart traders and investors. So you have investors over here and they act all haughty, like, oh, I stick my money in things and let it grow. And you have traders over here who are like, I'm gonna YOLO into that thing that guy tweeted about, right? And really the most profitable person is in between, right? They understand valuation, but they also understand market inefficiency. And that's what I'm trying to teach you guys to be, is well balanced. Because this person makes the most money. This is the bury, right? They know when to get in, they know when to get out. They don't hold Microsoft for 10 years because they bought in too high, or like during the dot-com bubble. And they don't hold BBBY for fucking months because they got burned on a shitty position. But to be good at this psychologically, you need to be cynical. You need to be, when you see people like something, your initial reaction needs to be to hate it until it can prove otherwise. You should hit every potential investment with as much negativity as you feasibly can. And if it still seems good, it's probably worth buying. No, we're not calling ourselves transvestors, okay? I don't even think that's appropriate. Sus until proven bussin'. Exactly. Jesus Christ. I'm taking a minute. Why do you think V is struggling a bit relative to the indices? Because the indices are struggling a little bit today. SPX is down 0.3%. V is down 0.59%. It fell below 200. It's dropping with the market. It's hitting its pre-market lows, which it hit earlier. you know, look for recovery and then play the crossover point to the upside. V is not very complicated. It's an easy stock to play. Market's down, V down. Market's up, V up. Usually earnings up, V up. That was one of your best speeches to us. Ah, fine, I'll clip it. I don't know what to title it. I'm not titling it that. Bag Holders Anonymous. Title it Cute Guy Edges 1,000 of his followers. All right, I'll be right back. What's up, TV? All right. It's a Ko-Fi. Whoever could it be from? God damn it, Chicken Tender Daddy. IRS on line 2. Thank you, Ben. Can you call out support on the SPY? 3,900. Oh, this looks like it's recovering in like the 39.20 range. 39.25. Average down on AM and Upstart. Yeah, you can if you want. I haven't entered all my Opex positions. I'm waiting for the rest, but I've entered some. I'll probably enter more tomorrow. V follows the market trend, but it does not move to the same. It moves to greater degrees than the market does. It also has more downside stability. And options on it can also be cheaper. I ordered a 55-pound bag of flour from Italy. Double O. I'm looking for something to store it in so I don't get bugs or something in the pantry. Maybe a rice container thing from Amazon. Maybe, yeah. I mean, the problem with like weevils or whatever the fuck they're called is that their eggs are already in the flour. So I think you have to like freeze it to keep them from hatching. Do you have a video explaining how you play GME? Hundreds. And why there is no MOASS? Yeah, I have videos about that too. Did yesterday traumatize the market? A little bit. It flipped the gamma hedge, right? So you're seeing You're seeing the market get hedged down on drops, so downside is accelerated. It'll relax as the options chain shifts. But right now, yeah, very very volatile up and downside. Yeah, I've made Neapolitan pizza. It's good sometimes. I like New York pizza better, but I don't mind Neapolitan pizza. It's just kind of doughy for my tastes. I've heard the best way to store flour is to compact it into 1 kilogram squares, stamp them with a date or logo, and then saran wrap them, finally wrap them in shipping tape. Then you stuff them inside your makeshift submarine and drop it to the bottom of the ocean. There's a chance that the majority of liquidity sell-offs happened yesterday. Yes. New York style is great. Just can't get it great outside of the US. You can't get it great outside of New York. Favorite pizza places in New York? Scars, La Industry, and Prince Street are like my top 3. Can you play the pickle song? You didn't play the pickle song when Fuberto scored $5. Can we play it now to let him know we're still here cheering him on? Sure. Ridiculous, but sure.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
You're not wrong, Mr. Gray Pubes. You're not wrong. Every year it becomes increasingly more difficult to find good pizza anywhere. But that's the natural progression, right? Of social success. Late stage capitalism. Yeah. I have theories about the decline in pizza quality into the 21st century. I don't think people want to hear them, but they probably do. The Nazis? I think this is an inevitability for any foreign food, actually. So you have an immigrant class, in this case, Italians, right? And they come to this country with very little money, and they start small businesses, eateries, if you will. Pizza's cheap to make, low overhead, and decently profitable, right? So lots of, Italian immigrants in the 1910s, 1920s went into this industry because they could make money, right? They had to adapt their recipes for the new country they moved to and local ingredients, and they did. And that's why we have, Chicago pizza and Detroit pizza and New York pizza. And then they are ultimately, the better they are, the more successful their business is, which means the more opportunities their children have, right? And, maybe out of however many children, one of them continues to operate the business into the next generation, right? And then, these two, they like move on to other things. And then over time, that breaks down and eventually the family stops running the business directly. And, the newer employees of the business, they don't care about the quality or preserving tradition or anything like that, right? They just want to come in and do their job and get on with their lives, which makes sense. And you get this decay in the quality of the food over time. And then, additionally, their children are better positioned socially with better educations. They don't want to go run a fucking pizza parlor, right? You know, pizza theta decay, sort of all ethnic cuisine in the US will suffer that same pattern. The better the cuisine is, the less likely it is to last. My hair is long. Like way too long. I really need a fucking haircut. Like Taco Bell? I don't think Taco Bell was ever ethnic. Good New York City pizza is mostly younger. Yeah, it's true. I mean, obviously, there are renaissances that will happen over time, but those also will not last. There'll always be someone poor to take up the mantle. I'll come over and cut your hair. I'll give you the same cut I gave myself. You just want to touch hair again, Carl. Don't lie to me. Your wife told me about the envelopes you keep of your old hair in the bedroom. I understand. I wonder if anybody who's ever gone bald has been really resentful of their last haircut. Like they go back and seek vengeance on the barber. Like, you started this, you son of a bitch. Where's Windmoon? He's around. Probably. Maybe it was the caps, Carl. The swimming caps. I want to read the rest of Burnt Cheese Offering's story now. Is that what Elon Musk takes? Here's the question. What did Elon Musk take to get his hair back? Baby stem cells? Probably. I feel like hair tells you so much about a person's personality when you first meet them. And that bald people are liars because you know nothing about them. Like if Carl had long hair, I would know he works from home, but he doesn't give a fuck. And he parties hard. But Carl's bald. I don't know if Carl's professional. Now I know some of the bald dudes, they do it with the beard, right? Like they try to tell you more about themselves with the beard. Like clean shaven bald guy, probably a cop. Um long beard bald guy, maybe spent too much time at like Grateful Dead concerts, right? Adabit tells me he's Amish. I think someone just knocked. Hold on. All right. For people who aren't good at reading charts, Market Chameleon tells you support and resistances of the ticker you look up. Are they usually accurate enough? No. They usually suck. I'm not gonna lie, like most automated support resistance, like indicators, which they kind of technically are garbage. You're better off using like Bollinger Bands at that point or something. Why does fucking Stefan know so much about male pattern baldness? My dad used to be a deadhead. He's bald but has no beard and isn't a cop. What mean? Can I trust him? No. No, you can't. I'm the only person with in my family with hair. What are you, an alien? We need to know if he has tattoos or glasses. Oh, that'll help. Does he wear a wristwatch? What you also described regarding pizza decay is covered in the book E-Myth Revisited. I've never read that. Why are you being baldest? When MOASS happens, will you feel bad for the shorts? Only if I'm one of them. So if you're a new trader, there's no data you can pay for or look up to give you solid support and resistances. Not really. Just use Bollinger Bands so you get a better idea of how to draw your own. They are wildly inaccurate. Like WeBull has an automated support and resistance thing. I think TradingView does too. They suck so much. They either suck or they give you way too many. Like I mean like 10% off. What percent of Opex calls have you entered? Ew. This question. How much am I gonna throw at it this time? I don't know, like probably about 30%. Can I go look up some YouTube videos about support and resistance? Oh boy, he's gonna come back as part of a trading group. When will you enter the remaining? Over the next couple days. I generally break it up too with the theta. Like next week, if prices are still low, I'll buy shorter dated contracts. Also, you got to keep some money on the side for playing volatility spikes at the top, because those are fun. Nothing like buying an option and selling it for 100% more 2 ticks later. Throw as much money at it that you'd be willing to spend if I got kidnapped and there was a ransom fee to save my life. You're the only person that they contacted. Full port, Carl? God. Is your life worth it? I was expecting you to go the other way. I mean, that's why I went the way I did. Can I support your resistance? Probably not. It's kind of, yeah, the Revlon decision's kind of bullish. It's a good sign for things to come through their bankruptcy proceedings. Here's the deal. I'll give you 1 month of BitHead paid subscriber money. So like $1 million. I won't believe in Opex till Freg returns from spawning. But what if Opex is the catalyst? He's gonna go from spawning almost directly to hibernation. Can you give me some brief rundown of your thoughts on Spy between end of day and end of week? Yeah, Spy got fucking hammered yesterday. It's finding a little bit of support today. If it can hold it, we'll start to see some short side capitulation into Friday and a slight rise. Then Friday, with massive amounts of shorts closing out, we'll probably start to see some upside. Provided it holds. First, it must hold. Narrator, it didn't. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look great right now. Pi-Fi's growing his hair out for his Jon Snow Halloween stream costume. Oh, God. My calls are green, and I'm already feeling greedy. Is Halloween on a market day this year? Fuck. Halloween is dumb. I think most holidays are dumb. Shouldn't have holidays. And we shouldn't have vacations. People are already unproductive enough. Look at all of you. How are we supposed to accomplish anything if we're all taking all this time off? I have an excuse today. I'm having nicotine withdrawals. Fair enough. Those can make you cranky. I know you're all at work. This rant sponsored by Jamie Dimon. The worst part is I feel like most of us make pretty decent money. And we just sit here listening to you all day. Yeah, so the viewers of this stream are all like, the majority of them are 25 to 35-year-old professionals with decent paying jobs, right? Because otherwise you couldn't afford to gamble as much. And what poors should take away from this is that just get a piece of paper that says you're less stupid than other people and you'll get more money. How do you get that piece of paper? Well, you keep doing the shitty things you do now to stay alive and you get loans. You can put quotes around professionals. Because then you can spend your entire day making $160,000 to $120,000 a year while still watching the stream like you are now. One guy even got a raise. I know. I'm currently pursuing a second piece of paper. That's because you're competing with your brother, Carl. Your wife told me all about it. I didn't realize your sibling rivalry was your main motivational force, but use what works for you. I work as a lawyer in London, and within a year of watching you, I'm already making 75% of my yearly income on Opex cycles. Work is a scam. Yeah, but you need to work in order to get the money to play the Opex cycles. You can't have one without the other. I know you guys think you can because people on Superstock told you could, but you cannot spend $150 and become a millionaire. It's never happened to anyone ever. Unless they won the lottery, which doesn't happen to anyone. And then they just kill them, right? That's what happens. Ooh, new conspiracy. State governments just kill lottery winners. Alternatively, sign up for school, get student loans. YOLO. Now we're talking my language. Carl, are you going back to school to cover your Tesla losses with student loans? Don't lie to us. No one's ever met a lottery winner. They don't exist anymore. Dun dun dun. It's so easy to start conspiracy theories. And the funniest part is there are like 6 people in here are seriously considering this now. Imagine how happy all the people who YOLO'd their student loans are after they were forgiven. You're just trying to get a job at Pickle Financial, Carl. Are you a GameStop Power Up member? No, I never shop there. Why the fuck would I become a Power Up member? Are you getting your free NFT trading cards? Definitely not. You bought the camera from there with a gift card. Jeffrey Epstein won the lottery. Are you sponsored by banks and shilling loans on us? No. But I should try to get sponsored by them. Guys, if I start talking about Chase's new uh no down payment mortgages a lot, you know what happened. By the way, guys, Chase is offering no down payment mortgages in impoverished areas. If anybody wants to be a future defaultee, they're ready to sign you up. I'm literally a banker and a billionaire. So awkward. That seems like a conflict of interest. Isn't that loan race specific? You mean racist? Yes. Yes, racist zero down payment loans now available at your local Chase or Bank of America. Imagine using social justice as a guise to mask your misdeeds. It's almost like banks would rather target the most economically disadvantaged people in order to make their quota of mortgages so that they could pack mortgage backed securities with loans they know are likely to default. Huh. That sounds a lot like something that's happened before. Nah, couldn't be. They'd never do the same thing twice. I'm an appraiser. It's been super slow. Thanks for helping make some money. No problem, Holden Harold. Someone get Margot Robbie in a bathtub. We have some explaining to do. No one cares about slabs. They're tiny in comparison. Thanks, Isaac. The first one I thought you just meant I know you, which was creepy, but I love you is way better. It's honestly hard not to get angry about things I can't change. So instead I just become annoyingly cynical. Seems to work out okay. Yeah, it's not a bad track. I was a software developer for a mortgage company between '05 and '08. I remember when they told us about ninja loans and asked us to implement it. They knew what would happen, they didn't care. Yeah, they don't give a shit. Remember that a market crash is a buying opportunity for them. So all the investors and all the money flowing into the market from people's 401ks and IRAs and pension funds, all the banks are just waiting to destroy all of that value and buy the shit you bought for less. And then they get bigger. Then you get to pump up their holdings all over again for another cycle. Of course, crashes are engineered because the only people that can cause a crash are the ones that benefit from it the most. All a crash is a prime, like large banks selling their assets and then buying the dip. So they're selling the top, buying the bottom. It's just a reposition, right? Like they're just completing their trade. It's just 10 years longer than ours. Joke's on you. I came here to talk about Jade Rollers and just enjoy your humor. At our Jade Roller fan club meetings, my friends enjoy my market knowledge. All the banks stopped buying in November. Right? Now we're just waiting for them to sell. Yeah, most big money's off the table. Look at here. You want to see what? Look. I can just show you guys. This is easy. Let's do it on SPY. It's not so. Look at SPY volume after November. It's just going straight down, right? So any price action happening in the market now is just speculation. No one's investing in growth anymore. They stopped doing that back here, right? They're just selling the tops. Sell, sell. They'll sell the next one too. And eventually they'll sell so much that it will plummet. A market with no liquidity floating on the backs of its options chains. Who's coughing now? Hey, Pi-Fi, I'm back. Catching COVID is not fun. Get your vaxes and boosters. This ends my PSA. Thanks, Who's coughing now. Welcome back, man. I'm glad you didn't die from COVID. Well, you have two options. It's the base 310. You can sell covered calls and slowly bring your cost basis down into a range that is more equitable, or you can try to sell at the top and buy back at the bottom. Or you can buy more at a lower price. The three options. Classic derivatives market. Why do they need bailed out then? Well, because they just spent all their money buying new stuff. Duh. Their assets are worth less, so they're broke. So they get a bunch of free money to buy more shit at the bottom. Then everything goes up. They pay back their loans. Boom. Leverage. That's all they're doing, right? When they bail them out, is they're just giving them leverage at the bottom. I love the slow stock days because I learned the most from you. You get so bored you can't resist but talk about important learning stuff. God damn it. You know how much more informative this stream would be if Stefan wasn't here? After yesterday, today feels like trading with a gun to your head, waiting for the rocket up or elevator down. 34 scalps, 100% wins, but taking profits so fast to dodge any volatility. Fair. I just strangled it. It's got to move at some point, right? And when it does, it's going to move a lot. I'm okay with that. Thanks for explaining true market crime by investment banks and hedgies. It's not crime. It's just what it's like shitty. They're just shitty. I'm not clipping any of this. You guys can go comment the timestamp into the clips thread on the Discord. Can you share your thoughts on BTU? I'm looking for natural gas. I want some exposure. Peabody Energy? They're a coal miner. I like the stock a lot. It's a little expensive right now. They mine coal. From deep in the mine shafts. Like Dan's. It's all good, I'm a turtle. Look at AR, Antero Resources. That's not a bad company. You can check them out. Do some research. How can we go long on the mine fire under Centralia, Pennsylvania? I'm feeling bullish on apocalypses. That's not going to cause an apocalypse. It'll burn out after a couple hundred more years. I don't know. Carl's just running around timing people out right now, I think. He's doing his thing. It helps him get off, you know. He did a poop in the corner, but nobody looked at him in the eye. So this is the next best thing. Gherkin, I want you to know, as someone who bought heavy into Fubo at 4, this price movement pleases me and our trading desk. uh, the old Scranton trading desk. How are things going over there? I know you guys run a tight ship. I've been using this multi-view up into... Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't care, man. It sounds really, really silly. It sounds like you've just created new moving averages. Slightly stronger moving averages, but with less variability. Have you ever caught Carl robbing turds from Jay Fresh's litter box? Yeah, one time when he was constipated. But, you know, we didn't say anything about it. We didn't want him to feel ashamed about pooping. I get so much joy when Girk just keeps reading chat right over alerts that I timed everyone out. Yep. What are the positions on the graphs on your screen? I have GME up, Fubo, Revlon, and SPX. Top left to top right in order. Counterclockwise. Gen 35C, they're at 98 cents. Yeah, not a bad buy. Well, they don't have to do a lot of shorting on Rev right now, right? Because it's under a big fat put wall, which is protecting their upside. But, you know, eventually they'll have to settle the liquidity necessary to protect that upside, which will cause another large upside event. Think of it this way. If they're over short, right? So you short the shit out of a stock, it runs up, and now you're underwater. You need to cover, but you don't want to run the price of the underlying anymore. So you build up a big put wall and use that put wall to get out from underneath your shorts. So you buy into it, then the market maker sells it back down. You buy into it, market maker sells it back down. You buy into it, market maker sells it back down. You do this over and over and over, right? Eventually, though, the market maker, who's, you know, using all of this liquidity to maintain the price action or hedge, is going to have to buy in, right? And when they do, you better have gotten out of a lot of your short position at that point because it makes the stock go up again. Like Bobby, right? Bobby ran up to 28 in March. They shorted the fuck out of it. Then they put up massive put walls and they covered the stock underneath that. Then they let the put walls close and the stock went up. This one's gonna blow your mind. I know. They sold high, bought low. I'll let that sink in for a second. No way. I call bullshit. Why would they make money like that? Why not? Wait, so we're supposed to buy low? Yeah. Imagine if you had a way to identify this weird period here. That happens on some stocks, right? Imagine you had a giant brain like me. And you could find something like this in the market. this really low point where the price of calls is, well, calls are underpriced, right? Because put buying is extraordinary. And you could buy calls and shares for almost nothing, knowing that eventually this is going to go right back up. It's not a fucking rounded bottom breakout, Stefan. We've seen what happens to your rounded bottom breakouts. They get delisted. The spy didn't like that. But my weeklies never go up like your illustration. Stop buying weeklies. Just turn them off and you won't even have the option. I know it was sarcasm. But there was a hint of truth in it. Quick blink if you're trying to tell us something. Don't forget to buy some sight glass coffee beans. Oh yeah. I have a list of coffee beans I want to try. And I was like, someone donated me money to buy beans and I couldn't remember what it was. And now you've reminded me. Hold on. I'm gonna add it to my notepad. My notepad is a 3-month-old energy bill from Con Ed. Which they mail me, even though they're on auto pay. Buying Bean Stream? No. Any way to predict the high of the runs? Who cares? Yes, but no. You mean like gamma maximum or something like that? Like the price that the, long side destabilizes at? Crazy. Cursive stream. I can drive a stick shift. What do you do if your brain is small, but you still want to find these pitfalls? Join the flock, my child. And praise the Lady VWAP, for she is ever merciful in her glory. Not a cult. Dude, Listen, if you ever work in finance, you need to learn to use a telegraph. How do you think everyone communicates without informing the SEC? Right? I mean, there's telegraph wires all over the country. The system's already built. You just have to take advantage of it. Also pigeons. But those are for more short range, like immediate communication. That's why New York has so many pigeons. Exactly. We are literally critical resistance on the SPY right now. Holy moly, this feels critical. Maybe puts close here? Maybe. And it's not that critical. If it fails, we just drop to 3080, right? Or 3800 rather. Not 3080. That'd be amazing. But 3800. So we should cheer when we have a put wall suppressing our investment. We should be excited. If you're long enough, yeah. Girk, as smart as you claim to be, you shouldn't allow yourself to fall 3 months behind on your electric bill. So here's a little something to help you out. Thank you so much, Carl. I'm going to use that to tip the Con Edison guy when he comes over to check the meter. Boss Blunt's Butcher of Wall Street is a moron. I hope he loses all his money so I can laugh at him. I always thought the dates on pickle jars were you guys colluding on cover call dates. I'm reporting you to the SEC. You're going to shill jail where Madoff went. Do you ever plan to diversify your wealth into venture capitalism or activist investing? I'm not nearly that wealthy. My manager asked if I was free at 1:30 to chat. It's been 2 hours of me waiting for him and just shit posting. He's trying to build up the gumption to fire you, Carl. You're scary. You got a beard. It's red. I get it. Here's me paying Carl back for helping you out, Girk. Thanks, Isaac. Was Carl's donation part of his mod duty bribe he pays weekly? Quiet. Me and Carl's agreements are none of your business. Is there any potential on BBBY Opex? A little bit, yeah. Pigeon wheels don't carry messages. They have tiny wings. It's not so simple as just finding a put wall. There's a lot more to it, but that is one step. He moderates a cult 24/7. Of course he'll get fired. I'm not drinking civet shit, Stefan. I'm not doing it. This is part of my exiled secrecy status fee, nor is it part of your electric bill. You force the X mod bill, but it is for your electrical and for you to check out this neat DM I sent you. Did you just flash me your nipple? Jesus fucking Christ. Uh, but I don't care if it happens. I'm not, he can prove it. I'm not proving anything. Wait, what? Rusty, why are you a poor again? Don't think I don't notice this shit. What's up, DV? Any clue why no Rev December options yet? No? It's probably not on MJSD. Who's fucking screaming in my hallway? Should I check it out? Nah. It's Larry Fink. It's the SEC I reported you. So I just slip a envelope with $100 under my door and they'll go away. Oh, I see. Does Pornhub have gift cards? Is liquidity a concern for Rev's continued listing? No, not currently. What's up, Dwayne the Long Johnson? What I gotta do to be treated like a regular watcher? I don't treat you any differently than anyone else, M-Dub. You know, I only bought options on GME today so people wouldn't ask me about them. I don't even care about the profits. It's true, he hasn't replied to any of my questions for months. Maybe they're just garbage questions. Maybe it's you, not me. What do you mean this is dull? We're sitting on the precipice of a market crash in a failing economy, holding a bunch of bankrupt stocks. Nothing could be more exciting. Sort of, I mean, like, short of playing Russian roulette with your face buried in a kilogram of cocaine, this is as good as it fucking gets. Would you say that back when BBBI was under its put blanket, you had mentioned that the short position looked unrefined. Would you say the same on Rev? No, the one on Rev seems capitalized better. Second, do ETFs have to... Thanks for the knowledge. No problem, man. Do ETFs have to buy Rev if it's not delisted, or they have the option to do so, and we believe some ETFs will buy back in? You guys clip it. You guys have a clip button. Clip it, post it all over the Discord. Yes, they have to buy back Rev because it would be part of the index that they track again. I ghosted your buys. Don't be so cavalier with my money. No, I haven't made any gherkinette plushies. They wouldn't be appropriate anyway. I love you almost as much as my wife's healer, John Redcorn. He's a true miracle worker. What are we thinking on rolling those October puts now? Well, I don't want to roll them unless we're going to go down. I should probably take some profits again. My whole position's already paid for. I kind of want to just see what's going to happen, you know? Don't you love when you accidentally buy a put instead of a call and it prints immediately? Yeah, I'm good at trading, so that doesn't really happen to me very often. Not only do I have to make two mistakes simultaneously. I have to be wrong about the price direction and I have to buy the wrong contract. Difficult. Up to you, Charlie Guy Manson. Yep, ETF rebalancing's next week. Can you get a fake news bar at the bottom of the screen where we can put funny news story headlines? Actually, that would be kind of amazing. He was sussing, but he bought a bus ticket. Like, that's confusing as hell. Good news will probably mean we go up, but I wouldn't say flat into close. I think we can still have some volatility into the end of the day. Don't forget, today's a SPX expiration. Is Gurk discriminating against you? Watching the market crash in real time not exhilarating enough? Is your name Dan? If you replied to yes to any or all of these questions, then you should join the Dans. We now offer boofer insurance and buyback plan for worthless Opex calls. Oh, Jesus. You can't promise that, Dan Almighty. I've seen your guys' balance sheet. Not happening. Do you expect... I mean, I don't expect ETF rebalancing to move Rev, but it's very interesting if it does, right? Like, Revlon shouldn't have any ETF exposure, but there's very high correlation with it and the smallest, most illiquid ETFs that contain it. You gotta get liquidity from somewhere. Kirk's mistakes are accidentally buying 100 contracts instead of 10. Listen, it only happens every time they update my brokerage software. How would Opex play out when the market crashes on Monday? Fine. Why is the market crashing Monday? Do you know something? Are you Jamie Dimon? We're still bullish on Rev. I think so. I am. Rev went up. It's going back up to 666, guys. The balance has shifted once again in our favor. Red line green again. How large is the Fubo put wall at 5? Can they keep it down? Here's the secret. I don't care. Obviously not. They failed to keep it below 5 like 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Anyone buying spy calls? I have some. Should I DRS my 7 shares of Fubo? I mean, do you want them to be lent out to short the stock you love? If you lend out the shares, you might be able to get an 8th share for $4. If I were hedgies, I would wait to cover my Opex obligations until the Fed meeting on Wednesday. Wouldn't you? Thoughts? Yeah, but see, when they cash settle with the ETFs, it doesn't really work like that. The ETF just buys as soon as the cash clears. They don't give a shit, right? It's not like a hedgy doing it. It's an ETF just fulfilling the like exercising the right to the future, like forward contract. I think that assumes too much of the obligations do. Like they're so huge that they're being micromanaged, and they're really just not that big of a deal, right? Like no one's going bankrupt because GameStop runs $15. Puts for Fubo at 7? Cool. Who cares? Maybe they're sold. Ooh. Yeah, intraday call volume's kind of useless. Like it's fun to watch it, but it doesn't tell you much. It's like a thing happened and money moved through the system. You don't really know if it's bullish or bearish, and even making assumptions is risky. Like the assumption on bought in the money puts that they use to clear FTDs on like GME and Revlon and stuff. When those orders come through, the assumption would be that, someone's going long as fuck the underlying, right? But in reality, they're just clearing FTDs. And the OI doesn't continue until into the end of the day. So like without knowing the OI at the end of the day, like all intraday options information's basically useless. If you understand, like on GME, we have a little more depth of understanding, right? Like on how they position throughout the cycle. And we can use like large option flow intraday to see how they're positioning for different parts of the cycle. But that's because we understand the hedge on GameStop, right? And like what they're doing with it. With other stocks, it's pretty presumptuous to assume that options volume means anything. Upstart, upstart, upstart. What's it doing? Oh, look at that. Looks like someone's not buying their cash secured puts back. Moved like $1. Who said it's done moving? Rude. Presumptuous Assumption is my band name. Well, D-Engineer, I imagine you sit with me all day. Because you enjoy my company. This is it, folks. Yes, that's right. The battle for 666 again. One day, dork. I hope HKD just rips 4,000% after hours again. I hope HKD drops into a halt, then drops into another halt, then drops into another halt, and drops into another halt. And everyone dumb enough to invest in it gets halted all the way down to their initial buy-in price. You know, like last time. Yeah, Sava looks good too. Announcement. I've been trying to figure out what animal should represent volatility because bullish on volatility. I have Volibear. Volibull? It's Volibear with horns and a bullhead. Continued, a single animal can never represent something dynamic as volatility. Of course, it must be a hybrid, half dolphin, half horse. I am pleased to announce Gherkish. Oh boy. I don't know if I want to be the namesake for being long volatility. Long volatility is like you're bullish on economic collapse and suffering. Kirk Tor. The old folks because it's bankrupt, the young folks because the makeup is trash, and the dudes who wonder why I'm investing in makeup. Welp, ignore them all. Put lipstick on your penis and shake it around. You'll have a better chance of attracting investors. Have you had a chance to look at deep dive stocks analysis on GME? Yeah. Looks like we're going to see some high volatility on GME soon. Would you agree? No, I don't agree with anything he publishes. Any firms that you know are long vol and hold it for long periods. Citadel. They're short vol. Then sometimes they're long. 2 Sigma. If it's an automatic no fucks given process on the ETF side, then why do we sometimes see covering on the 11th hour, different ACH settlement periods? And then also, you know, depending on when whoever's holding the forward contract wants to complete the obligation. But ACH settlement periods vary between ETFs. Can we get a song for Upstart? I'm not in it, but I'm liking the vibe. Upstart's got a long way to go. Man, everything's just shooting off the screen. I mean, a lot of this is because the SPX just moved up. Like, man, I'm glad I sold those fucking puts at the bottom. It's pretty crazy to be able to guess the price of Rev within 20 cents for weeks on end. Free strangle money. What I don't get is how is the IV not bumping on Upstart right now? Congratulations, CC Enjoyer. How am I saying forward weird? It's forward, not forward, not. It's just forward. How, that's not weird at all. Not forward. Do people have a problem with 2-syllable words? Frowad? I was told there'd be centaurs and minotaurs on this stream, but alas, all I'm seeing is makeup and an AI lending platform. That's not a nice thing to say about me, Roaring Kitty. I'm not an artificial intelligence. Give me the Turing test. Fire? It's 1 syllable. Fire. Rev's at $6.42. I wouldn't call that diving hard. Archipelago? Or do you ever say archipelago? Arca. Thoughts on HKD? Big pile of shit. Good luck. I hope you make a ton of money on it and you don't get stopped out of all your gains on the way down. That's because if they push down the price on Revlon enough to drop the price of 35Cs, people buy thousands of them. Gherkin, I need some fatherly advice. I think I'm in love with Fubo. What would you recommend to somebody who is physically attracted to a publicly traded security? Um, handle yourself and then rethink it. HKD seem like Chinese money laundering, Chinese embezzlement, but yeah. Handle yourself? Phrasing, man? I mean, yeah, intentionally. It's called a double entendre. You guys can stop me at any time if my jokes are too next level. Double Alejandro? Macy's volume spike. I don't understand how you're able to enter a position within a week or two before they move so often. Stefan, I'm just. It's fucking magic. I'm not gonna. It's just. I sit in my room, I put all the stocks on a dartboard, and I take my darts and I throw them at the dartboard, and I'm like, I'm gonna say something nice about this stock. That's it. Now, is there divine forces on the dart? I don't know. It's not skill or experience or knowledge of institutional positioning and hedging. Just a fucking dartboard, man. Clever statement goes here. Thanks, Kirk, for everything he's taught you. Try to be funny, asking if he's still bullish on Rev or if puts same as shares. Thank you for the blueprint for member footnotes. Well, it's easier to say magic, right? My broker will let me buy or sell Fubo. Bullish? Are you just trying to limit buy at a price that's higher than the current market price? If we get 100x like Netflix, maybe. I hope so. If Fubo hits $700, we can all retire. Woo! Rode 0 DT spy calls to the last second. There's 15 more minutes of trading on them. That was better than skydiving. Nice, man. All right, ding ding. Well, it looks like some puts capitulated at the end of the day for today's expiration. We spoke about this earlier. This is what it looks like. It's fucking awesome, right? Like, they sell their puts, and then the market maker buys things back. They cover their shorts that they use to hedge. Almost like covering of short positions is a constant thing that's always going on in the markets, not a thing that never happens. Fubo, GME, SPY, Upstart, Revlon. No, Revlon closed at 0%. But the rest of them look decent, right? Well, no, Revlon was down. Hold on. That's after hours, it's at 0. I see. Revlon down 2%. GME up 1%. SPX up 0.34. Upstart 1.36. Looking good. Probably another kind of choppy day tomorrow, with the majority of puts this week closing out on Friday. Crime? Sorry, I meant crime. $4.9% on Bobby today. Yeah, but it's still under $10, right? So who cares? You know what I mean? Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Don't forget, Opex settlement occurs between the 19th and 21st of this month of September in the year of our Lord 2022. I'm also still bullish on Revlon.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.